Hello, beautiful souls. It's Ahimsa here, and welcome to this pick a card reading. When it comes to the part of you that is now officially ready to lead in your life, lead towards your goals, and just take the lead in general overall. Before we even get into like the overview and going over the technicals when it comes to specifically like how we're going to be diving into today's reading, I just wanted to share with you guys and take a moment here. When I got the significator cards ready for each of the piles, I did feel called to share with you guys before we start getting into this, like the collective back of the deck energy in this archetypal oracle deck. So you guys have all received the heart card. So with the heart, it seems to me like you are all going back to a time of true surrender to your authentic truth. And what I mean by that, regardless of the pile that you're going to feel drawn towards and go towards within this reading, wherever you end up going, it seems to me like everybody here, regardless of what you're going through, the reading that you're going to be listening to in today's reading is really going to aid you tremendously in standing up for your truth and restabilizing yourself or rooting yourself into a foundation that feels more like you at the end of the day. It seems to me like some of you guys maybe before, this is a timeless reading, okay? It seems to me like some of you guys before you ended up clicking on this, energetically I'm sensing that you may have been stuck. It kind of felt like you guys may have been stuck in a timeline of some kind where you weren't feeling fulfilled because you were still semi-sacrificing certain parts or pieces or aspects of yourself to fit molds or standards or expectations. Maybe I'm also hearing quote unquote obligations to please other things around you that wasn't part of you and your wholeness. Oh, this just slid. So the mountain, yeah. And at the end of the day, this is all leading you to this reading to aid you in the ability. So the number 333 is coming through to start taking action. You know, that's actually really trippy. The number 33, I highly recommend that you guys look into it. I do believe it's a master number. I was actually reading up on it a couple of days ago, and I've been seeing 33 a lot lately, so this is really, really trippy for me. It seems to me like regardless of the pile, you do end up choosing, beautiful soul. You guys are all meant to create a life of your dreams. It seems to me like you guys have the ability to become the master manifestor of your life. And at the end of the day, we all are, technically speaking, but you naturally have like a creative hand. I don't know what it is. Or maybe you're more of a creative mind, you're more emotional, you're more in tune, you're more tapped in. You're definitely more of that creative brain than logical when you feel the most aligned, is what I'm hearing. But there was a disconnect that happened somewhere along the way, and we're going to be diving into that and figuring out really specifically seeing what part of you, which version of you is ready to take the lead now. So with that being said, I really want you guys to please, please, please make sure you have something you can take notes with, even if it's on your phone, if you're listening to this video on your phone. And I do highly recommend that you guys use earbuds or headphones, like just listen to this reading in a space where it's just you hearing what's coming through. It does feel like there's going to be some personal things coming up to the surface, and I really just want to make sure and ensure that all of you beautiful souls are in a safe enough space to be able to hear and like really facilitate what wants to come through today. Because if you're not in a safe enough space to listen to this, then you might get triggered rather than listen to it instead, okay? And we don't want the ego to be feeling on defense here when we listen to these important messages. Again, like I said, please make sure you have something to take notes with because my readings do tend to run pretty long, okay? I do try to do everything in my power to ensure that I extract all the channel messages that Source really wants me to bring through. And so that does mean that these readings are going to be very in-depth, very detailed, and very lengthy at that, okay, guys? You know, you could also always pause the video and then come back to it when you're ready to keep listening. But again, like I said, please take notes because you will want to go back to refer to your notes as you move through your own self-growth journey moving forward after the reading is complete. The way that we're going to be running through this reading today, the framework for it, the game plan, we're going to be looking into 5 different things, okay? So the first thing, obviously, we're going to be diving into is the part of you that's ready to lead now? So we're going to be diving into that question first. Secondly, we are then going to see what truth does this part of you that's ready to take the lead carry within them? What truth, what inner knowing do they possess? Thirdly, we are then going to look at what's been holding this part of you back since this very time, now that it's ready to come. Like, why now? You know what I mean? And then fourthly, what changes when you let this part lead will occur within your life. So we're going to be getting a little bit of a sneak peek there. And then lastly, we're going to be looking at what is the grounded shift to let this part of you lead for good moving forward, okay? So we're gonna dive into all of that, and then if we do have time, which I always do try to make time for, at the very end of your reading, we're gonna be looking at some final channel messages from source, your higher self, your future self, maybe if they wanna come through. Honestly, I'm gonna just hold space and keep the channel open for whatever wants to come through. And with that, if you guys need a moment to still select your card, I'm going to invite you guys to just take a nice moment to inhale wherever you might be right now. Holding it at the top for 3, 2, and 1. Exhaling, making an HA sound at the mouth. Slowly letting the belly deflate for 3, 2, 1. Inhaling again through the nose. Holding it for 3, 2, and 1. Again, I invite you to let that HA sound come out the mouth at that exhale. Allowing the shoulders to wash down the back. Maybe soften the back of your neck. Release any tension as you return back to your normal breathing pace. Inhaling and exhaling through the nose. Maybe softly closing your eyes if they're not softly closed yet. Connecting to wherever your center might be today. As you notice where your center might be, maybe holding space at your breath, through your breath, to invite some white light energy there, and wherever your center might be. Turning it on, grounding into that light. As you ask yourself, which part of me is ready to lead me now? Which part of me is ready to lead me now? And whenever you're ready, if your eyes are softly closed, I invite you to softly open them back up. Take a moment to look at the 3 cards here in front of you. Take your time and let your soul, let your energy, let your intuition guide you towards the very pile that you might feel very most drawn towards. And it could be 1, it could be 2, it could be all of them. But just listen and hold space for whatever that knowing is right now. And I will meet you at your part of the video. Hello, 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 my beautiful pile number 1s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile for today's reading, this beautiful storm archetype card, then you already know that this reading is 100% to you in reference to which part of you is finally ready to lead now. Which part of you is now ready to lead? There's so many different ways we can say that, right? But the most important thing that I want you guys to take away from this reading is that regardless of when you are listening to this, there is an initiation period going on in your life right now. There's something brewing beneath the surface of you. And we're going to get to really dive deep into what is really going on internally by understanding the part of you that's now ready to lead. Because we got to understand the why behind why are they coming up now? Why haven't they come up before? Who are they? What did they have to offer? What things are they holding inside of them that you didn't really have access to before they came and became a thing now? So we're going to get to understand all of that, and I'm very, very excited. So With that, my beautiful souls, to begin, I did just feel called to start off this reading by reading straight out of the booklet for this deck, my Wild Unknown Archetype deck. And I already flipped to the page specifically for the storm, so we can just get right into it together. So, with that, the storm, the chaos, the whirlwind, the disorder. Possessing an energy much like the Tarot's Tower card, the storm undoes all that is. Everything that was solid, known, and relied upon is stripped away by the winds of fate. The ground becomes the sky becomes the center, and then the center disappears. The storm is a great equalizer. No matter how far we've come on the path, no matter our age, wealth, or wisdom, we can't hide from its savage winds. The disturbing howls stir anxiety and make it impossible to see and think straight. You must wait it out. If you try to fight the storm, you will lose. A better option is to seek temporary shelter and a reliable friend. When all else fails, go within. There, for a moment, you settle into the eye of the storm. So it says, when light, meaningful, obliteration, and annihilation. That sounds pretty intense. And when dark, meaningless, disorder, and dysfunction. So, the side little messages say, the storm lays bare the truth that there are forces larger than you. This understanding is a relief, but also a predicament of power that requires your surrender. And then the other side says, the storm's intention is to rebalance your equilibrium. It is a result of precarious conditions, not the cause of them. Okay. I'm having a brain fart, so I'm going to be looking up what precarious means because I feel like that sounds like very, like, precarious is like extra, but maybe I just want to make sure that how I'm reading that word is not, it's correct, okay? So what does precarious mean? And actually what's very trippy, I just realized I'm having a thunderstorm / rainstorm where I am right now while recording this. So very fitting. And I'm hearing reckoning. There is a reckoning right now with this part of you that's ready to lead now. So there is something that is definitely going to stir things up. Actually, probably within your external and internal world, the more that you start to embody this part of you and make space, give them full permission to rise through. I'm hearing you're rising in your power. Okay. So the word precarious means something that is uncertain, unstable, or risky, not securely held or safe, and could easily change or fall apart. So in an emotional or situational thing, it's uncertain or risky. So an example for the sentence, she was in a precarious financial situation. And then for energetic or symbolic meaning, it could mean delicate or vulnerable balance. The piece between them felt precarious. Okay, vulnerable. Okay, so in short, it means unstable, uncertain, or risky. Okay, unstable, uncertain, or risky. And I'm hearing, I saw the time. I checked the time on my phone when I just nonchalantly saw it at the top left corner while I was entering and trying to find out what precarious means, and I saw 101. Okay, then I put my phone down, didn't think of anything of it. Then I looked up and I'm still seeing 101 on my camera. Not the time, but just like the shutter and whatever the camera settings are. I don't know that stuff that well. I had to figure it out slowly through chat, but to do these videos for you guys. But I still see those numbers, but they're like mixed up. So there's a couple of things coming through with this thing that we need you to know right now, pile number one. When it comes to the part of you that's ready to lead now, this is a part of you that's going to teach you a ridiculous amount of things. You're going to have crazy revelations, crazy realizations. It feels like this is a part of you that's been slowly shaped behind the scenes for quite some time now. You've actually may have come in contact with them before when you were doing deep reflection on your goals, your dreams, or some sort of endeavor, some sort of like dream that I'm just hearing dream, like dream life, dream thing, something about a dream, a hope and dream. It could be like love life. It could be anything. It could be your self-growth. Like something you might have envisioned or daydreamed about, and like you were able to kind of like feel or have a taste of like their energy for a second. It feels like you have somehow come in contact with them, and it could have been in a surface level energy, because it doesn't feel like you sat with them too long. This still feels extremely new. There's going to be a lot of challenges between trusting this version of you, I'm hearing as well. And that's why I think 101 came through. But then when we look at the numbers mix too, we see 110, we see 11, 10. There's just ones and zeros, okay? And that reminds me of brand new beginning energy. So this is, and that kind of makes sense with the storm too, because it's catastrophic, right? It creates, like, if we're referring it to the energy of the Tower card in tarot, then this is something that is essential for your growth, your imminent growth, and especially for something that you want. Something that you want. I keep just hearing something that you want. There's something that you want. It feels like Source wants me to keep saying that, like to remind you, look, this is something that you want, okay? Like this is essential because this is something that you wanted. This is something that you want. I don't know why that keeps coming through. Okay, so I'm just gonna slide. I already did it. I put in your significator card over here, my beautiful pile of ones, and we're gonna start getting the cards out for this first part of the reading. So we're gonna be looking at specifically the first question, which is what part of you is ready to lead now? So we're gonna be using my spirit animal deck, my archetype deck. I use this deck so much, but I love it. Look how many cards there are. It's just like, I love the fact that there are literally over 50 different archetypes in this deck. Way past over 50, because the specificity that you can get out of this deck is absolutely like mind-blowing for me. And then I also have my Oracle of Ascendance deck, okay? So we're gonna be using these cards to get some Oracle, and then at the end, we're going to be, after like we shuffle and get all the cards out, we're gonna be using this new deck that I got, my transparent tarot deck, and I'm very, very, very excited. It's like a cute little mini version. All right, so we're gonna be using that to kind of top everything together. Actually, I'm gonna do things, okay, I'm gonna shuffle, get the cards out, we're gonna keep them face down, and then we're gonna look at them after. Honestly, I feel like I should have done this beforehand. So give me a second. I am going to get the cards shuffled and set so we can place them to the side face down, and then we're gonna do the tarot, okay? I will be right back. All right, my beautiful souls, I was able to get all the cards shuffled and kind of like taken out. And I do have some back of the deck energies here that I'm gonna be keeping to the side. But, okay, you know what, I'll just show you because it's bothering me. I don't wanna show you guys what I see. So we got sacral chakra energy, which is the second chakra in the main 7 chakras of the energetic system. And then we also have rabbit spirit, which says, now is a lucky time, with the number 49. That adds to the number 4 and 9, adding to 13, which is reminding me of the death card in major arcana. And then we also have, with the archetypal energy, the pioneer archetype coming through, with the light attribute being passion for doing and creating what has not been done before. Shadow attribute is compulsive need to keep moving on. For some reason, when I looked at the shadow attribute as well, I felt called to just say a compulsive need to keep moving, period. And I'm gonna hold on to that because what I wanna share first off, just looking at the back of the deck energies here, before we start getting the transparent tarot out. Right now, it seems to me like wherever you are watching this pile number 1, whenever you are, there is some fast movement going on. There's something that has shifted tremendously, and it's kind of shaken you up in a way where adrenaline is like right under your feet right now. In a way, it seems to me like the adrenaline can be somewhat beneficial for whoever's selected this pile, because I don't know if it was there before as lit up as it is now. And so maybe you're like super, super determined, like you're just ready to like take initiative for this. Like I'm just feeling like you're super motivated and you're ready for this reading. So I'm just really excited, but at the same time, it feels like Source is also trying to reassure you that this card seems kind of scary, and I can understand that. The archetype, the book that we used like to read through like the meaning of the significator card that led you to just like in this pile, it was a little bit intense, right? A tower card, a tower, no one ever likes getting tower when we do personal readings, when we talk about love life or things like that, because it's chaotic energy coming out of nowhere. The way I always describe it, it's like a lightning striking the sidewalk that you're in the middle of having a brisk walk on, like your daily routine. It's like, whoa, I almost died. Like, that was scary and crazy all at the same time. Your life almost just changed in an instant. That's what tower moment can feel like in a life. This is how it feels, because it can be so quick in an instant. Rapid spirit coming through is giving me the energy. The first thing that came to my mind is how fast they can be. When you try to catch a rabbit, they can run so flipping fast. It is insane. I'm sorry if you hear the thing with my crystal bracelets, but I'm wearing specific ones to help channel better for you guys. So I hope you guys can deal with it. Maybe this helps. I'll do this instead. Okay, maybe that's a little bit less annoying. Continuing onwards, it's like source is trying to reassure you, like, do not worry. This feels terrifying and scary and exciting, all the things all at the same time. It might feel kind of confusing to even understand how you're feeling right now. If someone had to ask you, it's just like a little bit of overwhelm, a little bit a lot, a little bit a lot. Yeah, that's a sentence. Let's pretend. And I think that's why my energy just switched over to like, oh my God, like anxiety a little bit, because it's like if someone can like enter your mind right now and see like how you're actually like what you're actually thinking and feeling, they might get a headache. And I think that you're really good at keeping your cool on the surface of things, or you're isolating a lot and no one actually knows what's going on. So with that, I just wanted to share, that's what I'm sensing could be going on right now with you guys as you're watching this. And I'm just gonna move this to the side, but I like seeing the sacral chakra here as the back of the deck, because it is giving me like an understanding that you're going through some sort of emotional thing right now. The emotions are lit up. The sacral chakra is lit up, and this is a good time to absorb what's going to come through, right? So let us now, before we start looking at the rest of the oracle cards, we're going to start getting my transparent tarot set up for you guys, okay? So with this, we're just going to be painting a little bit of a picture here on the side to get a nice full story understanding, and then we're going to layer the oracle cards on top for the part of you that's ready to lead now, okay? So what part of pile number 1 is ready to lead now? Okay. Okay. This wants to come through. Okay. So give me a second. This is the first time I've ever used this deck. I have no clue how it's going to go, but let's see. We got a couple cards here, and then the back of the deck energy. Let's see. Ah! Oops. Okay, I think this is the back of the deck energy then. It's a whole picture. Okay, so this is a lot of cups energy. You know right now that there is an absolutely insanely beautiful opportunity for growth in some kind. When it comes to your physical life, when it comes to the life in front of you, there's something that you want to do for yourself or go attain, but there's some healing that needs to be done, and you're aware of that. The part of you that's ready to lead now is a part of you that's going to help you be able to access the emotional layer to what it is you're trying to go attain, because there is some sort of frequency mismatch going on currently in your current reality, pile number 1. That is the thing that's making it hard to go get this thing. It could be self-sabotage, and the self-sabotage that is being fueled by some old narrative that you're still replaying in your mind. But a lot of this is giving me the energy and idea of a climb, and a climb that you're trying to go through right now and endure and embrace is what I'm hearing. Sorry, I'm just hearing a lot of sounds and I'm trying to understand if that's... Okay. Sorry, I was like, am I hearing dripping from the ceiling? And I was about to freak out. But it's just raining. Okay, sorry. But you see how I just got distracted. I normally don't get like that in the middle of recording readings. So to me, to have noticed that sound that was so kind of silent, you probably didn't even catch it on the camera. Like, I mean, the mic couldn't even catch it. It's giving me this idea of like, you try to work on yourself, you try to grow, you try to do all the things, but then something occurs. And it's nothing that you can really predict. It could just be like random adulting life moments that catch you off guard. And it feels like it kind of resets the process all over again, or at least that's how you're seeing it. And you're getting like really fed up. You've been fed up with it for a while, but this time you're really trying to do things differently and you're very motivated. Like you're very ready to want to take action towards it and do this the right way. You know, you're ready for it. So that is very beautiful to see with the back of the deck energy. So let's now take a look and see the cards you guys have received. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So what is the part of pile number 1 that is ready to lead now? Okay. So this card wants to start it off. We have, I'm going to just zoom in so you guys can see the cards a little bit better for this part. Okay. We have the 2 of Swords coming through. Okay, these are all backwards. Let me just make sure they're facing forward. Next up, no, this is backwards, sorry. We have the Queen of Pentacles. So the 2 of Swords with the Queen of Pentacles. I feel called to do it like this, so I'm going to do it this way. Okay, didn't think this was going to happen. Then we have, alongside it, the 6 of Swords with the Knight of Swords. Movement. I knew it. There is movement. With this part of you, they're trying to do something. They're trying to help trigger a movement for safer passages moving forward. I'm just trying to make sure everything's lined up. Sorry, guys. Okay. Thank you for your patience. First time using this deck. And then we have the 7 of Wands with the Knight of Wands. This is so intriguing to me. Was not planning on doing this. I'm getting things the way Source, like the order, I'm doing it the way Source is asking me to. Okay, there's no right or wrong way of how I'm doing it, but it's just, I'm not planning it. Okay, so we're unraveling this together all at the same time. 7 of Wands with the Knight of Wands, okay? And then I just want to move your significator card over here just for now. We have the 5 of Swords with the 3 of Swords. Oh, I did it backwards, sorry. Okay. 5 of Swords with the 3 of Swords. Wow, this is intense imagery. Okay. And then the overall underlying energy here to kind of compile everything is the 4 of Swords. I wish you guys could, I'm going to just nonchalantly slide everything down so you guys can see it. Okay. There we, oh, wow. Okay, that's out of the shot. Okay. Nonchalantly sliding everything up again a little bit. Okay. Really cool. This is cool. All right. All right. I did the best I could. Okay. I'm going to roll my sleeves up. I'm sorry if you guys hear the click clacking of everything. Honestly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just place my clear quartz bracelet on top of my Lemurian seed pointed crystal, and it's going to be facing me to help channel energy a little bit better because I hate the noise that it's making, and you guys probably hate it too because I don't like doing readings when I'm getting hot. Okay, so just looking at the tarot here, we have the 2 of Swords with the Queen of Pentacles, the 6 of Swords with the Knight of Swords, the 7 of Wands with the Knight of Wands, and the 3 of Swords with the 5 of Swords, with the 4 of Swords being the overall significator energy here. The part of you that is ready to lead now is a part of you that's going to help wake up a side of you that you've been sort of sleeping on. Yeah, well, that also makes sense given the back of the deck energy. I think you know what I'm talking about. You've been sort of sleeping on this. And it's not like you were purposely trying to sleep on it. It was more so like, I'm hearing shame. I want to understand the shame. We're going to obviously look at that deeper into the reading as we go. But it feels like I'm channeling a lot of shame. Like there is shame here of some kind. There's disappointment of some kind. Like there's something here that you might have been trying to do right with somebody or by somebody for somebody, and it didn't work out the way you had intended it to. These are very specific channel messages. It might not resonate with everybody. I'm just sharing what's being channeled right now through my through source, okay? So that's one thing that's coming through. But regardless of the situation you might be in at life, this part of you that's ready to lead now is a part of you that is coming through at something internally that you had trouble looking at on whenever you had an opportunity to look at this side or this thing, this wound. There's something here that you didn't want to look at. You would shun it. You would turn away. You would avoid it. You would find a way to avert your attention from it because it's like whenever you had an opportunity to not look at it, you would take that opportunity, but it was all very subconscious. Like maybe me even talking about it right now, I was like, no, like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I'm very self-aware. Like I do the work, like I try this and that. That might be for some of you I'm hearing that click this pile. Regardless of it, I just want to tell you, like most of the time when it comes to this side of you, if you think that it's a side of you that you've already worked on and you've looked at well, then this isn't the side and the part of you that I'm talking about, okay? I need you to really reflect. There has to be a wound inside of you, pile number one, whoever picked this pile, where you run away from it if, like in the present, whenever a moment in the present reminds you of that thing. I'm hearing some of you, I'm picturing somebody who has a goal in mind, they have an endeavor, they have something that they're trying to go like achieve. But whenever they start thinking about it a little bit too much, these feelings of shame or like feelings of worthlessness, there's a lack of self-worth here coming through very heavily. It hits you so hard that you're like, oh, I'm better off not doing it anyways. Like, oh, like what's the point? Or it's just too hard to sit with the idea of like the potential you really hold for some reason. It's too hard for you to see it as a possibility because of something that may have happened in your past. It's hard for you to put yourself first. It's hard for you to look at your potential of what you could do for yourself if you really started showing up for yourself the way you've showed up for others in the past. And this version of you that's ready to lead now, this part of you that's ready to come through and be the one who leads and take initiative, they want to wake up from the slumber and the sleep that you've put them through, because there's a feeling of stagnancy that's been in your life for far too long. And they know that you know deep, deep down, if you shut down the ego, if you shut down the defense, if you shut down the shadow that's been trying to protect you for very, very long from this immediate truth, that if you really tried right now and you looked at all the resources and all the things at your arm's length right now that you could reach for to aid you in this thing that you're trying to go attain, because we kept picking up dream, right? You might realize that you were a lot more capable than you may have thought at one point in the past because of all the resources you have in front of you and you have at arm's length accessible to you. I keep picturing someone who keeps coming up, and I don't like this word, but I'm going to use it, guys, and I'm sorry if it triggers you, but most of the time when there are triggers, the readings I do, if you guys have been subscribed to my channel, you guys know the readings I do are not meant to tell you what you want to hear. Okay, I tell you what source wants to tell you. I tell you the downloads that are coming through, and I'm very honest. I'm very straightforward, and I am a no BS type of person, okay? So I'm going to say excuses. And most of the time, if something triggers you in my readings, it's because source is trying to help you see something that you would not have been able to look at if someone else didn't say it or share it for you as a channel. So I'm picturing someone who does make a lot of excuses. And it's not their fault, it's because of fear. The fear keeps driving the show. And they make excuses whenever they have an opportunity to go put themselves first, prioritize themselves, do something for themselves. And this part of you that's ready to lead now, I'm hearing it's gotta go. That's gotta go. I don't want you to keep doing that to yourself. I'm hearing abandon yourself, betray yourself anymore. I don't want you to feel like you are incapable of showing up for yourself, taking care of yourself, and putting you first. You are far more capable, but you need to want it. And there is a fire in this part of you that's ready to lead now, that is going to ensure that you won't stop at anything until you get the thing that you're trying to go get for yourself this time around. There is something huge. There is an awakening. There is a reckoning. Now I get why reckoning came through with your significator card, because it seems to me like they're just trying to get you to the next evolution, the next chapter in the story of what makes you you, pile number one. They're the one that helps you flip the page to the next part, because you've been stuck on this one page, circling around it for too long now. And they don't want you to keep, deceiving yourself anymore. There's some trickery energy happening here, and it's not your fault. I want to make that very clear. It's just, I think that I'm sensing there could be like some environmental influences that are messing with your head, and maybe you lived really close to people that like you're too easily accessible to people that kind like you are forced to speak with of some kind, or you feel like obligated to, but they kind of make you feel like heavy, or you feel like weird energy rub off on them to you, and it just doesn't feel like there is a lot of support energetically that I keep sensing. Like it just feels like ew, like icky, like someone wants to run away. They wish they could disappear. They wish they can go on, missing in action, MIA. They wish they can just, like, what would happen if you just went bloop, like you gone, you somewhere else, doing something else. It just feels like you want that new beginning for yourself. Like maybe you've had moments where you even thought about it. Okay, I am not a doctor. I am not a doctor. I am not a counselor or a therapist, okay? And if this is going to be true, what I'm about to share, this could be a trigger warning. I'm going to be putting up some free resources and low-cost resources in my description box below, probably because of what just came through. But some of you guys may have even thought about, let's just say, hitting the exit button on your Vita, okay? I'm trying to make this YouTube compliant, sorry. I wish I could have made that sound much more trauma-informed, by the way. I don't want YouTube to hate me. I'm sorry. Just know that what I meant, it's coming from a place of so much compassion and love, okay? And it wasn't meant to come off funny. Because of that, though, you know deep down that that's not what you want, and this part of you knows that's not what you want either. They really want you to fight now. Like, I just feel like they're so hungry for it, and they are definitely lighting something up. And, okay, this Libra card fell out twice, so it is bugging me, and I'm going to point it out. Libra, they're trying to balance the scales for you again and make things right in your life. And this is very trippy because as I'm filming this is a timeless reading. I want to make that very clear. But as I'm filming this, I film my videos pretty early to always stay on top of everything because of my business and because of everything that I do. I actually think today is the day that there is a new moon in Libra. So that's really, I just realized that. It just clicked to me because this card came out a couple of times when I kept moving the back of the deck energy back to the side over here. So it wants to come through. You are starting a commencement with this part of you if you give them permission to come through, which we're going to dive into throughout the rest of your reading, right? We're going to figure out the how to do it, what changes when you look, like all that stuff, right? That's trying to make things set in stone in a way where you get to show up for yourself and you still get to show up for those that, you feel like you're responsible for, that you need to. I don't know why. I'm hearing like, I feel like it's easier for, like, it's second nature to say that thing, like to show up for yourself and those that you care about and love, but like something in me made me not want to say love. Like maybe you do care about them and love them, but it's like a love that feels somewhat forced. It doesn't feel easy. I don't know who these people, let me know in the comments down below if that resonates what I just said. There is some sort of like strings attached energy here that doesn't feel good. And I keep picturing familial ties. I'm picturing people that are like blood related or like just an energy, a bond that feels that way. Like it could be like a family friend that you grew up with for years and years and years, and now they feel like your cousin. You know what I mean? But there's something there. Okay. With that, let us layer up here now. So I'm just going to zoom out. This was so cool, by the way. I really like this deck. I'm really happy I got it. And we are going to now bring the oracle cards in. So to begin, I feel called to use the archetype first. We're gonna be, let's see, I wanted to layer things. I like to layer my cards on top of each other, but yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it the way I want to. Okay. We have Samaritan with the light attribute being refines your capacity to help those you would prefer. What the F? Look at this. I was literally channeling this exact energy. That is, this is the first time I actually ever received this card, and I use this deck a lot in my past readings. If you like have subscribed to me for a while, the first time I've ever received it, it's with you guys now. I didn't even know this card existed. I am very tripped out. Okay, that is super creepy. Sorry, I completely cut myself off in the middle of reading it. Refines your capacity to help those you would prefer to ignore. The shadow attribute is exacting appreciation and recognition for the help you offer. Okay. Okay. So this part of you is a part of you that's saying, what about me? What about us? I get it. Next up, for the Oracle of Ascendance card, you have received the moon. Again, this is so trippy. So the element of the sacral chakra is water. Water signs, right? We have Cancer, Pisces, and Scorpio. And Cancer rules the moon. And they're like the mamas of the zodiac signs. So, to me, there's this feeling of this is really how you feel deep down, and you have trouble expressing it because you don't want to step on anyone's toes, but this part of you that's ready to lead now, they want to start setting boundaries in a way where, there's a win-win in a way with the situation that you're in right now, where it's not going to deplete you to show up for yourself, and they're going to feel like they're still getting something in return. I don't know why I'm hearing in return. In return, why in return? Okay. You actually got two animal spirit cards. So we have the number 45. So 4 and 5 adds to the number 9. And we have parrot spirit saying, watch your words. Yeah, they're the side of you that's fiery as hell. Okay. Yep, we got that. Oh, that's kind of funny, parrot spirit. Okay. And then the other animal spirit we have here is the number 3. Armadillo spirit, set healthy boundaries. Yes. Everything we just dived into is exactly what's coming through. So there is something definitely switching up, and you're ready to put your foot down. You're ready. This part of you that's ready to lead now. I mean, they're ready to do it. They're ready to show up. They want to show up for good, and they're sick of putting one foot in and then the other foot out when it comes to prioritizing themselves. For some reason, I'm also hearing prioritizing their health. So that might resonate with some and may not resonate with others, but for some reason that is coming through. And this really never really come through in any of my readings before, but it feels like some of you guys might have like a personal health goal and you're just really like frustrated, like you're very determined. Use that fire. Use it, pile number 1. You are capable of so much more than you realize. And I'm just seeing orange, like sacral chakra all over the place, right? And then the rabbit here, there's like orangey colors on it. Like the sacral chakra and the color orange, I have a video on it on my YouTube channel, but the orange color in psychology is about like vitality and like vividness, vivid nature, liveliness, and someone's energy levels. There's energy there, energetic levels. There is a fire being birthed. And when you start a fire, it is orange and it starts to grow. there is an expansion that wants to come through with this part of you that's ready to lead now. And they are definitely ready to start taking a stand for you, because 4 and 5 adding to 9 is about 9 house energy, and that's about autonomy. The number 3, if you guys weren't there for the introduction to this pick a card, I wish you guys were. I hope you guys were, because we were talking about master number 33. So 3 may be of significance to you there, but this is a time of taking action, and this part of you that's ready to lead now is all about it for you. They're all in it for you, pile number 1. So let us continue to get a little bit deeper in here by layering on some more information when it comes to what truth does this part carry. All right, so we're going to be using my What's the Vibe deck, my Land and Spirit deck, and then an additional tarot deck that I have that's like a panoramic version of the traditional Rider-Waite-Smith, and I love it because it adds some more insight with the images, okay? So I'm very, very excited with this deck, okay? So let me shuffle, get the cards out here for you guys, and I will be right back because I like to take my time with the shuffling to let Source really let the right cards come out, okay? So I will be right back in a moment. Okay guys, I'm back. So I actually ended up also shuffling the tarot as well. So these are the cards we have gotten for you, and they are 7 in total. I don't count when I let the cards. There was actually a bunch of cards that fell out at once facing up. So I was like, okay, Source, do you want me to take them? And I was like, yeah, okay. So back of the deck energy with this deck, we have the Ace of Wands coming through. I don't know what this image, oh, I just see it. Okay, it's like a person, it's like Source shaped as a cloud. Okay, let's pretend that Source is human, a human form. They probably showed themselves as a human form for us to understand, but there is something that is opportunity like here for an awakening, a reckoning, a beginning that is vitality fueled, and it's fire fueled. You know, you're ready to take a stand for yourself with this 2 of Wands card. You're ready to look beyond the situation that you feel like you've been stuck in and start making things happen for yourself. You know, this is still like all that same energy. So, you know, because then if we go under, and this is interesting, look, we have 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3. I've been picturing, and I have been noticing an up number thing, like an ascending numbers pattern you've had, like look, 3, 4, 5. And then there was one earlier, but I don't remember where I saw it. I think it was with your tarot. 5, 6, 7, yeah. And then we had 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's what it was. That's so trippy. So I kept seeing like ascending numbers. And then we have 8 of Pentacles. Yep, towards something that you want because you're done deceiving yourself. It's like you're climbing a mountain, the endurance thing. You're ready to start doing this the right way now. Or at least this is the part of you that's going to start making you do it the right way now. And you're very, or they are very, sorry if I keep mixing those things up. It's because they're a part of you, so they're still you, but I don't know how to like say it. They're very hungry for it. So the way that you see like these cards, that's how they landed on the table when I was shuffling. So I felt like there was a reason for that. So the What's the Vibe card landed actually in reverse directly on top of the 4 of Swords card here. So in terms of that, I am feeling called to look at that first. So what is the vibe that landed upside down? We have blocked, moved on, nothing to say, stop calling. With blocked, it's in reverse. And the truth that this part carries, pile number 1, is how they know deep down that you never wanted to keep finding reasons to not look at this thing. They knew deep down that you didn't want to keep running away. They knew that you wanted to start putting yourself first for quite a while now, and it was really exhausting. Some of you guys might have actually developed gray hairs prematurely is what I'm hearing. Like they came at an age that you know, normally we don't get gray hairs at, but they were like very small, like very, like probably like a strand or two is what I'm saying. Sorry, I'm just taking a sip of my tea. But because of that, it's like they are really just ready to rumble is what I'm hearing. Like, are you ready to rumble? They are so fired up. They are so ready for this. And we have the Buddha with grace. And I love this because when it comes to this card, this is giving me the idea, and now I'm looking at 4 and 8, this adds to 12, and that's the Hanged Man and the Major Arcana of Tarot. With Buddha coming through as grace, this is giving me the idea that they know that you know that this is what you want and what you've always wanted. And you don't have to be ashamed for having delayed it, for having pushed it back. You don't have to feel like you need to blame anything either, though. There is an essential thing that I think this part of you is trying to tell you right now, that the way that you are going to move forward, if you decide to really give full permission for this part of you to start leading, once this reading is complete, the way that you move forward really does matter in the predicament that you're in the sense that how you show up, how you speak your truth, and how you want to identify the things that are burning inside of you that wants to be said, or how you want to announce it. There's something here on how you do it that really, really matters. I want to look at this other final little oracle card, and then we're going to do the tarot, but I really want to see here. So we have Mala with remember, and 9 and 3 also add to 12. So we have the numbers 12, 12 coming through. Highly recommend that you please write it down. But then when you add 1 and 2, it's 3, and then 1 and 2, it's 3, 3, 3, 3, and then master number 33 is coming through again. That is insane. So 12, 12, 3 through 3, and then the number 33. Okay, I said that out loud so you guys can write it down if you're taking notes. Look into the meanings of those numbers, please. There's a message there for you. And ascending numbers, when you're seeing ascending numbers a lot, like 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, okay, things like that. Continuing. They know, or no, sorry, yeah, the truth that they hold is the knowing of what led you to starting to do something like this to make you pivot from like showing up for yourself this much in the first place. There was something there that was brewing, and it's been brewing inside of you for a while now, pile number 1, that led to all of this happening, the way that it's taken effect in your life so heavily and it's got a grip on you so tightly, is really genuinely because of there's some sort of wound that you haven't really given yourself full permission to look at. And they don't want you to use that as the reason to keep running away from something that you're at the end of the day responsible for now. And they want to be responsible with you for it, or they want to be responsible for it with you. Was that the right way to say that? Yeah. Yeah, so there is some self-reflection coming through, and they're asking you to like really look deep into that, but I think you know what I'm talking about if you picked this pile. Okay, so the first card that wants to come through, we have the Knight of Pentacles. Okay. Next up, we have the 10 of Pentacles. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do this. Okay, actually, let's do it like this. Okay, yeah. Actually, no, we're gonna do it like this. Sorry guys, I'm trying to figure out how I want to layer this. Okay, Pentacles here, like that. And then we have the Ace of Pentacles. And then clarifying the Knight of Pentacles, we have, sorry, I'm trying to figure out, is this upside down? They're all upside down, okay. It's because it's sideways, I'm not used to it. We have the Queen of Pentacles clarifying the Knight of Pentacles, and the Queen of Pentacles was underneath here at the very beginning as well with the Two of Swords energy. So that's interesting. But they want you to start moving forward with taking care of yourself, showing up for yourself, being practical when it comes to like what self-care means to you, and start like infusing that more into your life, because it is extremely essential for this next chapter. They're trying to make you flip the page towards. Clarifying the Ten of Pentacles. Oh my God, I was just talking about that, because the Ten of Pentacles is about legacy energy. It's about the future. It's about something that builds upon what you do now. Temperance. Healing energy. And then lastly, clarifying the Ace of Pentacles is the Queen of Cups. So we have two queens here. So there definitely is the energy of protectors. The queens are like the protectors, but they're also like healer energy in tarot. And then the significator energy, the overall energy to kind of wrap all of this around, is the Page of Pentacles. Again, opportunity here. Opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. I feel called to do it like this. Okay. Wow. So when it comes to adding more emphasis here, they are really wanting to make sure that you start putting yourself first. And the truth that this part does carry, adding more into this now that we were able to go more in depth, is the dream that you've been reaching for or yearning for, because you haven't really let yourself fully reach. And I'm sorry if this is coming off super blunt, guys. It's just the way that source is asking me to channel, okay? For you guys specifically. So I'm going to just repeat that because of me trying to make sure that you guys understand that. And, you know, I have a lot of love for you guys. You haven't been really reaching towards the dream that you've been yearning for. You've just been yearning for it. And this part of you wants you to reach for it now. Like, they know that you are ready to begin the reach, the journey, the unraveling of your legacy story now. And they know that you can't fully get there if you don't start prioritizing yourself, if you don't start weaving in the importance of having that balance, that equilibrium in your life again. The balance. Because then that's where you're going to start unraveling far more gifts than you realize inside of yourself that you were never really able to gain access to, because you were so drained all the time because of something else that you had to always tend to, is what I'm hearing. And it's really exhausting, because whatever this thing was, it was really heavily sucking up all the energy reserves from you, pile number one. And it really made it hard for you to be able to like daydream the way that you would want to. I don't know if some of you guys that pick this pile are naturally like very creative people, but you're only tapped into that creativity when you feel like at peace, or when you feel like you get time to be on your own. You feel the most connected to yourself when you're alone, or when you're like listening to music, like those little micro moments of like you're listening to some really nice aesthetically pleasing music, like maybe you got your window open. I don't know. I'm just giving you like a random example of what I'm envisioning in my head. Like the birds are chirping. It's a beautiful sunny day, and everything just feels like the air feels lighter. And then you're like, oh, I feel so inspired to blah, 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 like whatever that is. And that's where a lot of your magic lies. It lies in those like moments of that. And you might have had moments of daydreaming. And that's kind of an example that keeps coming through in my head of like someone who keeps envisioning their life a certain way. And that's your way of like showing yourself and your higher self communicating with you, this part of you in a way communicating with you to show you where you're meant to be right now in reality wise. Like this is the quantum leap you're meant to take. This is the time, what's the word? The frequency, the time, no, not timeline. This is the reality that, I think that's the only word. Okay. This is the reality that you're meant to be existing inside of, but because you keep staying stuck on some sort of old narrative, like you feel like you owe something to somebody or strings attached, there's like, you want to blame them or blame something, but you know you shouldn't. There's just such weird energy coming through and anger. But this anger is meant to be transmuted into the energy that you use to start taking your right, consistent, steady steps towards the dream life that you've always wanted, or this dream, this envisionment that you've had for yourself. And the opportunity, this beginning, starts when you start opening your heart up to your truth, when you start listening to what your heart is asking, what your soul wants for you, because that's the thing you've been ignoring the most of. And what it wants is more self-care. What it wants is more time put in for you, like more you time, pile number one. Okay. Let us now move into what has been holding this part of you back. Like, why are they coming through right now, specifically, right? So with that, I'm just gonna move this deck over here. And again, for this part, we're gonna be using another tarot deck, and this is called my Black Tarot. It is very dark, okay? And we're gonna be using this to kind of understand the shadow. What's been holding this part of you back, okay? So we're gonna be using the Black Tarot, my Chakra Wisdom deck, as well as my shadow work cards, okay? So again, give me a moment. I'm going to shuffle and I will meet you back in a moment, okay? Okay, so I'm back again, and I did also shuffle the tarot as well, and I have it all set up. The way that I laid the cards out are how Source wanted me to lay them out. These cards actually wanted to be paired together. This one happened to land by the Storm Significator card over here, along with the Chakra Wisdom card, but I had to slide it up because I wanted to make sure that we had space for everything, okay? So right off the bat, I am feeling called to share with you the back of the deck energies again. So we have with the Black Tarot, we have the Eight of Spheres, also known as the Eight of Pentacles in this deck. You're in the middle of figuring your life out right now, pile number one. It feels like as you're watching this, you're still trying to get certain priorities recognized or even straightened out. It could be either or it could be both of those words. So recognized as in you're still trying to find awareness on what you're trying to prioritize, and straightened out as in like the game plan. It's still not fully set in stone just yet, is what I'm hearing. But also with the Nine of Spheres, there is like, you're ready to start putting you first still. Like there's a hunger here, there's a deep desire for it. And until that happens, you're going to continue to feel trapped with the Nine of Swords here. You're going to continue to feel like life is not in your control when your life has always been in your control, because you choose how you react to things, right? You choose how you respond, what the things you choose to listen to or take in or absorb as yours. And I think that this part of you, it was being held back because there was always a reason to not let it through or let it come up in the past. You would always find a reason, or you felt like, I'm hearing life would always find a reason to not let this side of you come up. When in reality, life was actually trying to see, how much are you willing to really let this come up now? Let's see. Something happens. Life wants to see, universe, source, higher self wants to see, okay, can pile number one really put themselves first now? Oh, I guess not. And then you think the stagnancy, getting stuck in the cycle. Do you not get what I'm saying? So it's like, you're always going to have an opportunity, and the first opportunity to start putting your foot down and like choosing this path, this part of you that's ready to lead now, like the path that they're trying to carve for you, whenever time to sort of put that first and prioritize that comes up, It is very second nature and very natural for the first thing for us to resort to or even consider resorting to is an old narrative and the thing that triggers us, the thing that makes us anxious, you know? We don't want to believe that we need this. We don't want to believe that, oh, you know, self-doubt, it could be imposter syndrome, it could be lack of self-worth, it could be all of that getting disguised into, I don't need this, I'm better off without it. Why are you better off, pal number one? It feels like that's a question coming from this part of you right now asking you. Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I'm hearing it's counterintuitive. Why do you want to come through? Rejection and guilt. So there is so many things layered under this thing that this part of you wants you to start taking initiative towards, or self-care, prioritizing yourself. They've been holding back because there's this feeling of, there's a lot of fears that go up in your head when you think about like how things would turn out if you went down this path. And I think your brain loves to sort of come up with a lot of different scenarios, and you can like play it back, and it kind of like haunts you enough to make you change your mind last minute before you can actually start taking the initiative. You've had moments where you were close, or like I said, you would consider it, but then if something got in your way in the middle of you considering it, you would use that as a way to say, oh, I guess it's not my time now. Do you not get what I'm trying to say? I hope you understand it. And it's just like, I really just keep channeling somebody that if they're sitting in a room with somebody else and they say, don't you want the best for yourself? You would respond with, yes, of course I do. But then if that person asks you, what are you doing to make sure that you're doing the best for yourself? That would piss you off. That would like trigger you for some reason, pal number one. Like you would get offended and become defensive. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to insinuate? And there's like something about projecting, like you're trying to sort of deflect the question. You don't want to admit to yourself something. There's a fear, big fear deep down that you don't want to. It's like, I'm literally, okay, this is going to be super specific. It is not going to resonate with everybody. But one of the things that could have been holding this part back of you from being ready to lead is there was like, I'm hearing sense of entitlement. Like there's this, or pride, like there's this energy of like somebody who embodies, or they try to radiate self-confidence or show it to the world on the outside, like on their shell. But that confidence was built off of acceptance of the comfort zone, or thinking that like, I don't need to change. Not change, but I don't need to evolve. I don't need to step into a more healed or growth-oriented version of myself because I'm okay the way I am now. And like, since I'm okay with it, everyone else around me is okay with it too. And so like, why does it really matter? Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but then it's like deep down, what even constructed that belief was the belief of shame, was the belief of like lack of self-worth, was this feeling of worthlessness. And it created this pride or this ego defense mechanism as like you're entitled to stay the same. Like this feeling, it was developed out of wounds, and it was developed out of the complete opposite of the thing you're trying to portray. I hope you get what I am seeing in my head, okay? If it doesn't make sense, then maybe what I just said is not meant to resonate for you, but for somebody else that picked this file, okay? Just want to say that. The final back of the deck energy we have here is joy with the sacral chakra. And so this is kind of giving me the energy though of somebody who's not like listening for some reason. Like they're like la-di-da-di-da, like I don't need to worry, I don't need to think about it that much. And it's aversion. That's just what keeps coming through. So I do feel called to look at the two chakra wisdom cards, and we're going to flip them over together. So we have received forgiveness with the third eye chakra and vanity with the throat chakra. And forgiveness landed on top of Buddha. I just had to move it to Parrot Spirit because I wanted to put the tarot cards down. And then vanity landed, trying to make this focus. Vanity landed on top of Mala with remember. Another reason why on what's been holding this part back is another part of you that was born and created for the sole purpose of keeping you surviving in a cruel, cruel world is what I'm hearing. A cruel, cruel inner world and a cruel, cruel outer world. So how you speak to yourself, how you used to narrate in your own mind towards yourself, assume things for yourself, and maybe in externally, like maybe cyberbullying, bullying in general, people just saying nasty things to you. Like there was a part of you, a shadow self, that was birthed to protect, to deflect those things, to create a stone cold wall up or front up to not let things come through the shell and affect you so much that you would want to exit la vida. Okay, I'm just saying it that way again. That again, I'm not a doctor. That's just what's coming through. But you just don't want to feel like that desire anymore or even think about it. And so this thing came through to protect you from it, when in reality, you could have just given yourself compassion to want to better yourself and grow. This is like a band-aid for something that's a lot larger than a minor, tiny little cut. And this is a wound that was developed for years and years on end. Like, you can't just brainwash somebody into thinking these horrible things about themselves. Like, this is something that happened to you and it was built on years of knowing and people trying to say things and get in your head when you could be the very thing that reparents that wound and shows yourself like, hey, what would happen if I started being more self-empowering and I started encouraging myself to want to start trying and do more and prioritize myself? What would happen? What would happen if I started using my emotions for the betterment of me instead of using them to keep deflecting and protecting the now? Because the now is stagnant. We don't want to be here not the now, but I mean like the situation you've been in is stagnant. Like you don't have to be here anymore. You're not meant to. That's why this part of you is ready to lead now. They're coming up whether you want it to or not. How they come up though, they don't want to come up with an explosion in someone's face. And I feel like that is very possible if you don't continue to listen. And I'm hearing when we look at the grounded shift to let this part lead, you're going to have to really, really sit down and listen to that part, because I feel like it's really going to help with this. Okay. So I feel called to look at the significator energy that kind of revolves around all the tarot we have here. And it is the Seven of Cups. Focusing too much on everything else around you. Let's continue. We have the Seven of Spheres, also known as the Seven of Pentacles. The Star card. The Ten of Wands. And then lastly for the tarot, oh my gosh, we have the Death card. I see. This is a journey that's been in the works for quite some time now, and it's layer by layer that you've had to take care of it. and unfold it and navigate it. It's very complex. The depth and level of this wound is so many different layers and facets to it, and it has developed many different versions of you. And this version of you now that's ready, the part of you now that's ready to lead, is the outcome of all the work you have been doing up until this point to want to still be here on earth, to want to still be here for you, and to start anew. You're ready for it now. But it wasn't, it like, if this came now, this desire, it probably would have faded away just as quickly as it came if this came up like 2 years ago to a year and a half ago now. Like this desire, this part of you trying to come up now. It wouldn't have been able to work out because of the state of mentally you were in, and also because of all the things that you were trying to navigate to get to a point where you can like breathe. And I'm hearing and start saying no, like start putting your foot down. I'm hearing start putting your foot down to the thoughts that you felt like had to be yours, or the things, the thoughts, the beliefs, something about the thoughts you felt obligated to believe or listen to. I don't know what that means. The shadow that I was talking about earlier, it has been in a process of trying to be shed. And I'm hearing that the more you work with this part of you that's ready to lead now, like you let it in and you give it permission to start rising up, that is going to be your way of practicing more forgiveness to yourself, the old you that used to like shame you and make you feel really worthless and icky, because I know that was probably like a very dark time for you, pile number one, but in order to move forward, you have to give yourself unconditional love and compassion. Like you need to. You are possible. I mean, you are capable of being a being of true unconditional love for yourself. Like the way that we show up for friends that we care about, what would happen if you can turn those healing eyes on how you try to look at other people's problems inwards to face your own inner world? And what would you want to do then? How would you see what's going on? Okay. So these two cards, they did come out together. So they are paired. And the cards we have here is obscurity and attachment. And it says, in the unknown, there's room for endless possibilities. And then attachment, true growth requires letting go. And then some of the keywords at the bottom say darkness, ambiguity, and mystery. And then it also says clinging, dependence, and addiction. So there was a lot of trouble letting this part in, and you held it back because of the fear of what would happen next, like what you have to do next. It also felt like you knew that there was going to be a lot of responsibility, is what I'm hearing, or like effort on your part that you just weren't ready to start doing or involving into this because of how spread thin you were already to begin with. And so it's like, okay, I'm going to say the word excuses, but don't hate me for it. It's just like I'm hearing the excuses were like layered on top of each other so intricately to the point where like if you said one excuse to somebody about like, oh, why am I not X, Y, and Zing? Like you'd say, oh, blah, 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 blah. And then the other person would be like, oh, but like you could just do this. And then you would find the other excuse, and it's like a ladder. And then you'll be like, oh, but then this and this and this. And then the other person will be like, oh, but that, this, and blah, 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 blah. And you're like, oh, no, but this, and this. You know what I mean? There was just always a way to not let yourself put you first. And truthfully, okay, you might hate me, you're gonna hate me. If you really wanted it, you would have found a way. Okay? I'm sorry. That hurt my heart just as much as it probably did for you, or made you want to slap me in the face, okay? And I can understand that. But the reason why I'm sounding so cutthroat is because that's how Source wants to come up for you guys. Because when we see these two cards together in Shadow Work deck, this is the energy of somebody who's, no matter what, going to find a way to not do it. To not do the thing. And you were in that cycle. this is kind of like the way people that have a tendency to procrastinate, like they do this, and it's only because like they're perfectionists at heart. It's really like counterintuitive and it sounds contradicting. It sounds weird, you know? Like you are such a perfectionist, you want to do the best for you, but because that, you know that you can't fully show up now. And so the idea of having to like, you feel like you're not in that state, you know that you're gonna keep finding ways to say no now because it's too much. It's scary. You're like, how am I even gonna get to that point? Like maybe you didn't even feel like you were in the right frequency to start, or the right mindset, the right energetic state. There's so many things that come into this, but then at the same time, I keep hearing, but if you really wanted to, you would have made it happen. And that's the layers here to this though. Like, let me see what this one says, because this is the last card that we didn't flip. Okay, so it says numbness. To feel pain is to be alive and human. And we have insensitivity at the bottom, disconnection, and indifference. I don't know if you guys are able to see that. Okay. That's why it's like layered on each other. To want to make this happen, you had to re-access your emotions. And maybe you shut them down because they were too hard to feel at one point. So this is like been years in the making, like this whole pile of stuff. And you were not ready to face it. Look at the heart, look at the soul, because there are a lot of things in there that you have yet to explore. There's a lot of depth to it. But the thing and the way to shift this and to not be afraid is to, like the back of the deck here, to release the judgment. Judge less and understand more. The keywords here is criticism, evaluation, and condemnation. So it's like you are looking at the things in a logical way. You are looking at your feelings, thinking you can use thought and logic to navigate them, when you just had to let yourself like feel them and see what they were trying to tell you, and hold space inside yourself to give loving, nurturing, and compassion to it. Just like the way a mother would, a healthy mother, maternal figure would, with a baby that's crying and they're scared. And maybe you didn't get that growing up. This is not going to resonate with everybody, obviously, but because of that, that's why I kept feeling like reparenting here. And this is your opportunity to do that. But it's hard, you know, it's really hard to accept that we have to start doing that for ourselves. And at the end of the day, unfortunately, we need to understand, like, especially if there is parental things here, parental wounds when it comes to familial stuff and dynamics. Pile number one, I do want to let you know the truth of the matter is, if we keep trying to open the same door that we know keeps getting closed on our face, why do we keep trying to open the same door when there's another door across the hall that is cracked open ever so slightly waiting for you to go inside? Go look elsewhere to find the medicine that you need. Sometimes those people that we want it from, they can't give it to us the way we can give it to ourselves. And this is where you're being asked to do that, but this is what was holding you back. Okay. I know that was a lot, and I send you guys so much unconditional love, so flipping much. I am so honored that I got to just unravel all of this with you so far. So with that being said, we are now going to move into the changes and what changes happen when you start letting this part of you lead, okay? Because I want to start bringing some light into this reading for you guys. I know this is very, very intense, okay? And if you do want to talk about it, or if you are feeling called to want to start doing one-on-one sessions or work with deep healing, you know, I always have my link in the description box below to sign up with a free soul clarity call with me in my link tree. All right, loves. So, you know, the door is always open, and I am always here if you guys want to start considering working or doing some one-on-one work with me. And, you know, I always have room. I have a lot of different offerings I can provide to you guys, okay? So if that's something you do feel called to, if you want to dive into this a little bit deeper, you know, feel absolutely free. But I do want to make something clear, because I did have something happen recently that with a person that wanted to sign up, You know, my offerings are not meant to replace therapy or psychiatric help. I am not a doctor, okay? My work and the things that I provide, my services as a facilitator for deep healing that's trauma informed, I am here to complement therapy, okay? Especially if you are dealing with a mental health illness or ailment right now that is very deep in depth in nature and cannot be like worked with just one person on its own, okay? Most of the work that I do, when that does get involved in the mix, I always will ask and require of you to be working with a licensed therapist on the side, because the work that I do with you, we unravel a lot of things root back up. I give you the tools to regulate the nervous system. I give you a lot of ways to rewire the brain and look at those things, hold space for you to look at those things, navigate those things so you can become your own inner healer. But the therapist could also be there to aid you even farther. Like, we're meant to work hand in hand. I complement the therapy. I don't compete against the therapy, okay? So I just wanted to make that clear. And okay, let's just move forward. But I just felt called to share that with you guys. Okay, so for the next part of this reading, like I said, we're going to be looking at the changes and what changes specifically when you start letting this part of you lead. So we're going to be using my tea leaf cards, and most importantly, we're also going to be using my karma cards. And I'm gonna obviously take a moment to shuffle them, but the way we read it is we put planets first, then signs deck, and then the houses deck, and we're gonna read it straight through. And we're gonna try to see like the outcome, the placement that comes through in terms of like what changes when you let this part lead, okay? So give me one moment, I will be right back, and then we will get right into this part. Okay, guys. So I am back, and this is the way that the tea leaves landed. Well, these three landed on the floor, so I had to pick them up. And then this one, I think, also was on the floor. These two landed here, and then this one landed on its own here. So for the back of the deck energies, when it comes to the tea leaves, is the skull. Hidden secrets can harm you. Rooster, an arrogant, boastful person you should not cross. Okay, hidden secrets can harm you. And then we also had, sorry, I'm trying to pick it up with my short nails. Seahorse with family matters, and then elephant also slid out. So a long journey, either physical or mental, will leave you wiser at the end. So, I don't know, maybe some of you guys are thinking like, how you navigate this now, like maybe you're feeling determined to want to start something and you're trying to figure out how to navigate it, how to show up for it, but deception is not the way, okay? That is 100% coming through, and that came through earlier in the reading already in the layers that we've gone through, so I feel like that came through even more to emphasize that. But to start, before we look at the tea leaves, let's just go straight into the karma cards. So we're going to combine the natal chart, the chart, like the placement that comes through. Oh my God, I can't talk. So for the planet card, we have received sun, okay? And then the S, P, and the S, M, and the P, they mean spiritual outcome, mental outcome, and physical outcome, okay? And then for sign, so it's sun in Taurus. In the 11th house. Okay. So we have sun in, sorry, I'm trying to like make it a little bit closer so you guys can read it. So we have sun in Taurus in the 11th house, with the spiritual outcome being the creation of resources to maintain freedom, the gaining of respect for or from the practicality of associations. These are people, right? Things brought to life or light resulting from the productivity of your circle of friends. Okay, so sun and Taurus in the 11th house. This is giving me the energy of the thing that changes when you let this part of you lead is how you start showing up in your circle of friends and how you start showing up in your life in general. When it comes to the things that just feel more second nature to you, that you feel like are important to you, maybe you find value to, it's kind of like, you know how people put family first and that's like a big value to them? It's like, it's a big value to them, but let's say maybe putting family first is not always fun. It's a big stressor, but because it's a big value to them, they're never going to change that. Do you get what I'm saying? So it seems like you're going to start shifting whatever your values are in certain areas. Like, you're going to start shifting how you start showing up there. And it's going to you're going to start to show up in a way where you're more like stable in yourself. You're more stable in your inner knowing. You're more willing to be more direct or like honest to when it comes to like honoring your truth. And you're not afraid to illuminate where there's going to be imbalance, or where you feel like you're not getting something in return, because there needs to be more equilibrium here. And Tauruses are very stubborn in nature, but when they Taurus, they rule in major arcana. When it comes to tarot, they rule the Hierophant card. So I'm thinking about like the Hierophant is about like structures, values, tradition. It seems to me like there's going to be something that is set in stone for you moving forward once you start letting this part lead. That changes the dynamic of how you start showing up in certain connections and certain just groups, collectives, and it's gonna give you more ability to like light up in a way. I don't know how to explain it. Like, you're just gonna feel more able to start navigating terrain in your life that you haven't been able to fully navigate because you were giving so much energy in different areas. So the first set of tea leaves that want to start coming through here is these first three, okay? And they did land on the forgiveness, third eye chakra card. So, you know, like, let's give that some insight. And then I think the Buddha of Grace is here, and then Parrot Spirit, watch your words. So let's think about that whole compilation of cards, or compiling of cards. We have Fair Woman. So dealings a relationship with a woman with blonde, gray, or white hair. And then we have Shark, take care or there will be a loss of material wealth. And then we also have Younger Man, dealings or relationship with a younger man. So these three cards came out all at the same time, like together as like a little bundle on the floor. So this could like literally be talking about people in your life, and it's telling you like, the way you handle them moving forward, you need to be like really careful, because they're like, sources kind of calling you out, saying like they're tired of just watching you like continuously fall into like some sort of trap of like guilt tripping, or like some sort of just mental entrapment of some kind with these people, where you feel obligated in some way, shape, and form, and they want you to start doing better for yourself so that this doesn't need to be an issue anymore. But the fire to want to start is still super young, and you need to keep feeding the fire to make this a reality. And that's why I'm saying like this part of you that's ready to lead now, they're just starting the initiation. So you're the one that has to keep feeding the fire. That's something that's coming through very, very heavily, okay, with that energy. And then next up here we have Cobweb, and it says protected from negative forces beyond your control. And I like that, because it says take care or there will be a loss of material wealth. So it's like, take care of yourself or there's going to be a loss of some kind in your physical world. Because when I hear the word material, I think of the Pentacles energy, the suit of Pentacles, when it comes to like tarot, and that's like the material, the physical, the things we can see world. So it seems like you're not like, you don't need to worry about all the what ifs. What you need to start thinking about is how you want to start showing up in life in general from now on moving forward. And like I'm hearing, we'll handle the rest from there. Like we'll take it from there, but you need to start showing up for you now. And then the other two pairings, this one's separate, okay? We have here is Man, dealings or relationship with a man. And then we also have Scissors, disappointment in some affair. Okay?
So honestly, take that how it resonates, because like how it would resonate with you, because you did get younger man and then now you have a regular man, which I find very interesting. I've never gotten this many like people cards in the tea leaves before when I've used them. So I really feel like this does have to do with like a dynamic with people of some kind. But at the same time, this can also be like, oh, like you're still young, starting to like start doing, like young fire to start doing this for yourself. But I feel like someone is going to see it as a sting and they're going to take it personal. But I am hearing like you're not supposed to take it personal at all. At all. And the changes is I actually feel like you're not really gonna, like it's gonna hurt a little, but you're not gonna like let that phase you. And if anything, I am hearing that a practice you can do, because at the end of the day, the way that you deliver how you're going to start doing things moving forward, like you're going to be able to do this in a way where you're still showing that you have appreciation, you know, and the ability to give to some extent, but you're just not going to be giving all your reserves away anymore, like nilly dallying, you know what I mean? And the people that get upset about that are the very people that were taking advantage of it in the first place. If there are people involved in the situation, pile number one. If there are no people involved, what changes when you let this part lead is I'm actually seeing this as like the version of you, because it landed on vanity, that thinks they were going to be able to like stop the transformation. This is kind of giving me the idea of them being like, okay, well, damn it. Like, I didn't think that this wasn't gonna, you know, like they're actually going forward with it. I've been able to stop it happening from many, many different times in the past, but now it's like, it's not working. So it's like, this is very beautiful with the sun in Taurus, because this is really giving me like someone who's really setting their boundaries straight. And then lastly, for the tea leaves, we have bag. Something important, such as a new job or a raise. So maybe this was even about you just like asking for a raise. Like honestly, that kind of makes sense with this entire reading we've done. Like you prioritizing yourself. That's interesting. But with that, this is obviously telling you like you're gonna get the bag. You got the bag. You're gonna start doing the things that you know is important. I'm excited for you. Okay. So with that being said, let us now move in to the final part of this reading, which is, and I'm going to zoom out because we don't need to zoom in anymore. What is the grounded shift to start letting this part lead the way for you? Okay, guys? So with that, we're going to be using my Sacred Creator deck. Okay? And we're also going to be using my Chakra Wisdom Tarot cards. All right? And then at the very end, to finish it up, depending on what comes out and how detailed it is, if Source wants me to use the booklet with the Sacred Creator deck, we'll see. We're also gonna be, I really wanna do this for you guys. I just got these new decks and I'm very excited because I really want you guys to be able to walk away from all my readings moving forward with as much like tools in your toolbox as possible to help you guys heal and keep grounding and build resilience for your daily life. So we're going to be pulling some self-inquiry cards for self-reflection, journaling, things to help you just look deeper into this stuff. And it's my self-discovery deck. And then I also am going to be pulling from my essential coping skills deck, which are basically just going to be exercises for stress and anxiety relief. And then lastly, a stress-less little practice you can do, and you can take it away with you, okay? So whenever I pull from these cards, you guys are gonna be able to pause the video, take a screenshot, write it down, do what you gotta do. I'm gonna read all the cards out in case anyone that is listening to this reading is not from America or can't read English. So, you know, the YouTube will be able to like translate it for you guys. All right. And then we'll finish it up with a spiritual advice card, okay? To finish up your reading, my loves, okay? So give me one moment. I'm gonna shuffle, get all the cards out, and this is gonna be like the last part of the reading, okay? So stay tuned. Okay, guys, I am back, and this card happened to land upright. So the Sacred Creator card, I felt called to start with you. It
says 1 step ahead is all you need. With the number 41 adding to 5, this is about change, and this is tower-like energy. So just start. It's time to go.
And when it comes to the back of the deck energies, guys, you have received accept and receive. And then we also have the Magician that's being ruled by the sacral chakra. The sacral chakra keeps coming through, and the fact that the Magician is ruling the sacral chakra when it comes to this deck, your emotions are what unlocks all of this for you. And it's about looking at those emotions that are going to help you be able to start making this a reality for you. So we have 3 other Sacred Creator cards that happen to come out. And then we also received 4 tarot cards, okay? So I am feeling called to start with the tarot here. So we are going to just get right into it with the first card. Again, we have Temperance. Do you know how many times Temperance has came out in your reading? It also came out with the back of the deck, the transparent tarot, but obviously like it was layered, so you guys wouldn't have been able to see it. But we have Temperance, ruled by the root chakra. Then we have the Devil, ruled by the sacral chakra. Thirdly, you have all major arcana so far. We have Strength with sacral chakra. And lastly, for the tarot, we have the Princess of Wands with the heart chakra, also known as the Page of Wands. It is time to heal and move past this self-limiting, these self-limiting beliefs that have been holding you back. Look what's sliding when I look to the side of my back of the deck. 8 of Wands with the Magician. Yep, time to move. You have literally everything you need to already make this whole dream of yours a real reality. But it really just starts with you, pile number 1. No one else can take this step for you. And you have a lot of wisdom that you have attained through, like, you're not doing this from a reckless and naive place, is what I'm hearing. I think this is an elk or like a male deer right in the background. A stag, but this is giving me like some, with the antlers there being so long and powerful, this is giving me the energy of like an elder, like a wise one. And it's like you have a lot of knowledge on your shoulder, pile number 1. Like, you're not doing this from a place of like naivety. You're afraid that you think you're gonna look that way, is what I'm hearing. Like, there's some fear of being perceived or judged. That isn't gonna be the case as you move through it though. Like, you're gonna start to realize that it was really all in your head, because people aren't gonna be reacting the way you think they will. And there might be like one person that like has some weird like snippet about it, but it's like gonna be a person that you were expecting to have the reaction from. Like, it's gonna not be like I hope that makes sense. Like, it's not going to throw you off guard, the one that does have like an issue with it. I don't know if there is a person involved, but if that is the case for you guys that have people involved in the situation, then you're going to get what I mean. But aside from that, like, you're just meant to start integrating this new reality you're trying to build for yourself. Make it something that can live in your reality now. It doesn't need to be in the works anymore. It's already here. You just have to take it and you have to receive it willingly. So an example can be, I'm thinking of like somebody that wants to start going to the gym. Like, this is just a random example coming in my head. To start making that your reality and living in a version of yourself. Let's say you're trying to like lose weight and you're trying to do it the natural way. Like with just exercise and like eating right, you know. You don't need to start counting calories. Why don't you just switch up how you're eating more clean, you know? you don't have to go all in, because there's this belief that you have to change your entire life and around something. And it just puts too much pressure and burden, this feeling of burdensome on you. You want to make it enjoyable. You got to change the script is what I'm hearing. You got to switch how you're seeing things, because the resilience that gets built here is how you start interpreting or translating the things that you have to do to get there. So okay, going back to my example, don't just say like, ew, this food is like gonna be more bland. Like, okay, so if it's bland, you just buy seasoning. How can you make it taste better? You know, the only difference you're gonna be making, like I'm thinking about if someone's eating clean versus like whole-based foods, that's what clean means, versus like fast food, processed food. The only difference is that your body is going to start trying to fight the cravings of those things, because there's a lot of chemicals and processed stuff in there. You know, that's normal, and that's not going to last very long. It's just temporary, right? But to make that whole process more enjoyable, okay, yeah, we're using food now, not exercise. Okay, let's just stick with it. To make that process more enjoyable, you can buy certain seasonings that you like, and you can experiment. Make it a fun thing to try out in the kitchen. You know? You don't have to worry too much about the counting calories part. How about you just start training your body to start craving the real stuff first instead? An example for me, like I guess with this too, that I can even use with food, I can get very easily addicted to bread. And so for me, like when it comes to like white flour based bread, like my body will just start craving it. And it's not good for me. It runs in my family. Like we have very high blood pressure if we keep eating too much blood. Oh my God, bread, sorry. And so with that, like in the woman's side, anyways, continuing, because of that, I know I try to stay away from it. I like to bake my own bread, and I bought whole wheat flour, so I have it in bulk, and I just do it that way when I want bread on occasion. But instead, I started opting for a potato. This sounds really weird, I know, but if you think about like potatoes and eggs, like for breakfast, like I used to have a piece of toast, instead of getting toast at the store, you know, I'm just giving you random examples. Like I started opting for like one little baked potato with like some salt and like butter. And it's really, 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 really good. I just pop it in the microwave, and then now I have more of like a starchy based carbohydrate. And I don't know, it just feels more filling, and I know that it's better than having the gluten, which causes issues to my stomach. So I make it more enjoyable by adding some butter and by adding some salt, because I don't want to just eat a bland potato with my eggs. Like I'm just giving you a random example. But you know what I mean? Like you can find ways to make the process more enjoyable, and you have to change the way you're seeing it. Because if you feel like your system keeps averting to the thing you're trying to start doing for yourself, then it's because you're not finding ways to make it more pleasurable. And when it comes to the sacral chakra, the fact that the sacral chakra has come up so many times for you guys, pile number one, and the fact that you have the mostly dominant color here being sacral chakra energy, there's a reason for that. And I think it's because Source is trying to show you, like, to make this part and let this part fully lead, you have to start making the whole experience a lot more emotionally fulfilling and enjoyable. Find the beauty, find the joy in the process of where you're trying to go. Because at the end of the day, this thing that you have been wanting, this dream that you've been wanting to attain and get for yourself, it is heart-led, and you know that it's aligned with your ultimate truth. You know, underneath the narratives, the fear, the pain of the past possibly, you know that this is your soul's truth, and it's been trying to get you there for a while, and that's why you felt like you've been going in cycles in the past. So, you know, that is what you're meant to do, shifting that perspective. That's what's going to help you build the resilience. So let us now begin the layering with these sacred creator cards, okay? So first up, we have success in transformation with the number 13. So 13 has come up multiple times, so this is a major death time. You are definitely going through a rebirth and a transformation of some kind, and you need to let that rebirth go into full effect. Because I don't know if you remember when we were talking about what's been holding this part back, you were in this part of like shedding, and it was like in layers. Continue going through it. This is going to be the harder part though. I can definitely sense it, and that's why it's been kind of lagged or held like stagnant, because you were stalling a little bit, and it's okay. You know, we all go through that. Next up, we have, what do you really want? With the number 27, 9 has come up so many times. You want autonomy.
You want to start like honoring your truth. And then find your sacred flow. This is beautiful because this is already giving me this feeling that it's time. Like, it is time for you to do this. Like, you are capable. Find your sacred flow. What do you really want? You know what your truth is, and you know that you're capable of getting there. You've always been. But now it's just about finding the way to do it that brings the pleasure into the mix. So I really don't feel like I need to explain this even more in depth than I already did, because this is really making a lot of sense. So to wrap it up, my beautiful souls, I already did all the shuffling. So we have actually, I was expecting to get one of each card. You guys literally received 3 de-stress exercises, okay? So I am gonna read them out loud, but I'm gonna read them through very quick just for the sake of YouTube being able to like translate it on the closed captioning thing. I would want you guys are going to be responsible to pause the video, screenshot, write it down, do what you got to do. But I do feel like these practices came out for you guys for a reason, okay? Maybe these are going to be things that are going to aid you on being able to continue moving down this path, okay? To really let this part lead now. And then you have received 2 self-reflection cards as well as a coping skill. Let's start with this. I feel called to start here. So for the coping skill, you have received... It is related to the Queen of Cloves. The Queen of Cloves, which is the Queen of Wands. So it says, Dear emotion, write a letter to an emotion that you are having a hard time with or that you would like to have more of. Example, fear, grief, happiness. Tell this emotion its current role in your life, how it has affected you, and your hope for its future role. I absolutely love this. Please take a screenshot, do what you have to do. We were talking about emotions since we started your reading, guys. I think this was divinely led to have found you, okay? So please do so now. All right. For the self-reflection prompts that you guys can use to journal in your own time, you actually received 2 of the same category. And these are relationship-based. This is the relationship category. Yeah, it's blue. Okay. What are some ways that you'd like to elevate your intimate relationships? What are some ways that you'd like to elevate your intimate relationships? Okay, so intimate could literally mean just close connections. Elevate can literally mean how you would like to alter them or tweak them, you know? So make this question make sense in the way that it's meant to make sense for you regarding your situation, okay? It came out for a reason. And maybe if this one didn't resonate, this one will. And next up we have, what support do you desire in your life right now? What support do you desire in your life right now? Okay, so these are things, again, like I said, these are all exercises for you guys to do in your own time after you're done or whenever you feel called to, okay? And then the last exercises, you guys have received 3 stress less cards, and then I already pulled out the channeled message for source, okay, at the end. So let us look at these final cards here. First one says, breathe 10 times. Close your eyes, breathe 10 times in and out. Concentrate. Imagine when you breathe in that it reaches all the way to your pelvis and lifts up your abdomen. When breathing out, let the air come all the way from the lower abdomen and pelvis. Do this 10 times slowly. You can also count the times in your mind. Stress makes us breathe shallowly with our diaphragm and only the chest and top part of our lungs. This way the body isn't getting enough oxygen and it is tense, which affects our personal strength. Ooh, I love this. I just tried the breathe thing and it felt so nice. And look, 36, 3 and 6 adding to 9 again. That is the first thing, the coping thing. And then the second to last one is Stress Less Cards app. Ah, maybe it's asking you to download the app. There you go. All right, there you go. Stress Less Cards app, okay? And then, I didn't know that was in there. And then we lastly have Name Your Feelings. Close your eyes. Let your mind wander in the different parts of your body and feel how it feels right now. What thoughts are going on in your head? Observe, don't analyze. When you are connected to how your body feels, ask yourself, what is this feeling called? Observe the feeling in peace and name it. You can also ask yourself if there is a feeling behind the first one. By recognizing and naming your feelings, you will start to feel ease from the lump of stress you might have had in your body. This is where your new beginning comes. Listen to it. I think this is where you're being called to start the initiation of looking at these things you've been shutting down. Please screenshot these, guys. And lastly, my beautiful pal number ones, you actually just received one spiritual advice card, channeled by the one and only source. All right, so this card says, wow, practice self-care, nurturing, restoration, rejuvenation, and well-being. If this isn't like officially just wrapping up the entire reading, I do not know what is. That was trippy, but it's here. And so with that, my beautiful pal number ones, that was your reading. And I really genuinely from the bottom of my heart hope that this reading did provide to you everything that you needed to know at this time when it comes to the part of you that is ready to lead now. And it did give you the clarity that you were aiming to gain from it to start figuring out how to take initiative and move forward, okay? You are in a massive initiation. And if you have been listening all the way up until this part, I am so, so proud of you. You showed up for yourself, you did it, and hopefully you were able to get as many tools as you possibly could. And now you got them in your toolbox to help you as you move forward, okay? So with that being said, please give this video a thumbs up or, thumbs down if you didn't like it. Honestly, any little form of engagement, whether it's a comment, a share to somebody, a thumbs up, whatever, it really helps my channel, my little channel right now that's in the process of trying to grow. And it really helps support me, what I'm trying to do on YouTube, which is really trying to help make a safe space for people to come heal and become and step into the most healed version of themselves, most empowered version of themselves that they could possibly become. I really am on this platform trying to help people learn how to become their own inner healers throughout my videos. And I really hope you can see it in the readings that I do as well. So, with that being said, if you do feel called and you haven't subscribed yet, feel free to join the community. And yeah, so hopefully I'll see you in my other picket cards to come. Sending you love. Bye. Hi, my beautiful pile number twos. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, this beautiful shadow archetypal card, then you already know that this reading is for you. In reference to which part of you or what part of you is officially ready to lead now for you in your life, is now ready to lead in general. So to start off this reading, I just wanted to take a moment to read the meaning of this card from the booklet here. So let me just
take a moment to kind of get myself situated on that page. So give me 1 second. All right.
Okay, so let us read what this says.
Okay, so the shadow. Although every card in the archetypes deck has a shadow potential, this card asks us to delve into the qualities of the shadow itself. We often think that the shadow can be purified, illuminated, and made right through effort and achievement. However, it is typically the case that our lofty pursuit of ascension and perfection is the very source of shadow material itself. By rejecting parts of ourselves and the world, we begin to separate from the whole. Rather than getting to know the qualities and content of our shadow, we busy ourselves with avoiding its presence. This is denial. When this card appears, it is time to take inventory of those things you've been denying. When the mind responds with no, anything but that, you are touching shadow. Find support for this deep inner work and move toward the shadow with patience and compassion. When it's light, revealing unconscious aspects of the self and world. When it's dark, denying unconscious aspects of the self and world. Okay, let's read the little messages. In the shadow of the gods are the very gods themselves. Reflect on this statement by James Hillman in A Blue Fire. What do you desire about yourself? By answering, you move toward shadow. This is actually like really deep. I really like that. And then the next one, contemplate the following scientific observation. The closer an object, a person, place, or community is to the light, the longer the shadow it casts. That's so cool. You need your shadow to like become whole within yourself, to go get the things you want. And it's like the more that we start getting closer towards the thing that we want, the more shadow there is, because we're expanding to go get that thing. So the shadow also has to expand with us, which means that there's more room for error if we aren't befriending those things. And I think that's a lot of the reasons why it's so hard for us as humans to fully grasp. We have to make peace with the darkness within, because we all have dark facets of what makes us human, right? But in order to do that, we have to work with it in a way that allows us to keep practicing being beings of unconditional love, in a way where, you know, how can we love those bits and pieces of ourselves? And sometimes the way to love those things isn't just to applaud them, but to also give them the love that maybe they were looking for, that made them become a shadow in the first place. And it seems like we already are kind of starting off with a huge bang here, considering that that booklet was just kind of giving us a huge deep dive into what the shadow archetype is. But okay, because of that, I am extremely curious now to like just dive. I'm like not even gonna, like, my brain doesn't have anything else to say here. It doesn't seem like Source wants to tell me. It feels like it's a blank. It's literally blank in my head right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna slide the significator card here and we're just gonna go right into it. So we're gonna start doing this by diving into the part of you, or the question, what part of you is ready to lead now? So I actually bought my own little mini deck of the Transparent Tarot. Very beautiful deck, very excited to use it. I used it with pile 1 for the first time ever, and I was like, whoa, this is so cool. So I feel like so blessed that I got to use it. I'm using it for you guys today. And then we also are gonna be pulling from my Oracle of Ascendance deck, along with my spirit animal cards and my archetypal deck, okay? So I actually made a decision. I just did it in the spur of the moment with pile number 1, but I want to do it with you guys too. I am going to shuffle off camera because that takes forever, so we could just jump right into your reading, okay? So give me 1 moment. I will be right back, and then we'll be able to just dive right into it, okay? See you there. Okay, guys. So I did zoom in my camera a little bit so you will be able to like dive in to the Transparent Tarot a little bit better. You guys actually ended up receiving 15 cards in total. I counted. This one happened to wanted to be the significator card, and this is actually the Queen of Cups. Okay. And then this wanted to be the first card drawn, which is the Five of Cups. So they're like the first thing too, when it comes to this part of you that's ready to lead now, it has to do with something that you're moving out of and you're no longer gonna let define your, I'm hearing mission. I don't even know what that means. I don't normally say that word mission. But when it comes to the back of the deck energy, I like to use the back of the deck energy with this deck to kind of understand the storyline of where you're coming from. Let's try to make it focus. Can you focus? I don't know if it's gonna focus for me. Okay, let's just pretend it's focusing. Okay, so when I look at this, maybe it's not focusing because it's like translucent, but the way I'm looking at the back of the deck energy, pile number 2, it feels like there's a huge burden, or there's been, on your back when all you've wanted to do was move forward. Now, when it comes to the part of you that's ready to lead now, this is a part of you that had to go through multiple different obstacles. I'm hearing test trial after test trial, or tests and trials after tests and trials. Like, it had to go through multiple different hoops to get to the point of being able to start showing up for you, or wanting to be ready, like you're officially ready to start showing up for you. Because there was something that wasn't fully being grasped or learnt fully, absorbed fully, and it was waiting for you to open the door to give it permission to let it come in. You're still in the process of going through a massive shift right now in your life when it comes to really just your life overall, pile number 2. This doesn't feel like it's any specific area of your life, like not just like any specific, but a little bit of everywhere. And it has a lot to do with how you take action towards things that you desire. And I'm also channeling, like, I'm hearing ups and downs, ups and downs. Well, obviously the Wheel of Fortune is here. We have a Page of Wands coming through. So this has been like a journey in the making of like trying to learn your way through it. But you're almost at the finish line. And what's actually really intriguing to me with this is that I like to look at the back of the deck energies of the oracle cards that I use. So we actually got the Uruburus card. And I did not know this when it came to my Oracle of Ascendance deck, but I was looking through the booklet like a mad woman trying to find the meaning of this card because I'm like, what is this? And I had to physically look it up on my phone because apparently it's a bonus card in this deck that doesn't show the meaning. And a lot of people, when they use this deck, they use this card as like a altar piece to use while you're using the deck itself. Underneath it is the Eye of Horus, and I also was like finding meaning in that because I kept lifting it up. So it's interesting because when we were looking at the archetype booklet, like trying to understand your significator card, it was talking about how like a shadow grows the closer you get to your, the person gets closer to like being in their success or whatever. And get this, there's like a little bit of a pattern here. I'm sorry if I keep yawning. There's a little bit of, see, Eye of Horus keeps sliding out. There's a little bit of a pattern here. Because when it comes to this card, I looked it up and it says that it's a message of completion, transcendence, and new evolution. You've reached a point of higher awareness in something old, whether it's a belief pattern and cycle is closing, so you can rebirth into a more aligned, empowered version of yourself. It's often a mastery or ascension symbol. So, for an intuitive read, it can mean like you're in a sacred loop. You're not stuck, but completing. Trust the renewal that follows endings. What you release now becomes the seed of what's next. You are transmuting, not repeating. And this is where it gets interesting because the Eye of Horus is a symbol usually known for like using protection and things like that. For the sake of protection, it seems to me
like you know exactly what I'm talking about, because the Wheel of Fortune is about loops and like karma and like cycles and endings, right? So it's like something has shifted massively for you because of something that you are stepping into or are in the process of integrating into your life right now. It feels like you're in the process of integrating something, like I was sharing earlier. And so we also receive for back of the deck energy 2 and 5, the number 25. 2 and 5 adds to 7, and 7 is a number about like spiritual growth and trusting when you're not seeing any progress in your growth journey. There is stuff there, but you have to keep pushing, and it's about perseverance as well. And you have elephant spirit, learn from the past. So it feels like you're in the middle of making like some final downloads or some final like acceptance moments of like grief, of a closing of some kind. It feels like some honorable closing ritual. And then we also have the Poet in the back of the deck, with the light attribute being expresses soul insights in symbolic language. Shadow attribute turns a lyric gift to negative or destructive effect. For me, when I was looking at the back of the deck for you guys energetically when it comes to this card, I was looking and I felt more drawn to the light attribute here. So it really gives me this idea that right now, currently, like as you are watching this as a timeless reading, you might be feeling you're stuck somewhere right now. Like you're a little bit confused. You might be confused, but you also feel like you're trying to trust it. Some of you guys that ended up selecting this pile might actually be naturally very like, or are in this process of trying to get like a stronger spiritual connection, a stronger connection to like surrendering, a stronger connection to like being open to the unknown. So maybe that means like connecting to religion more, or just practicing whatever spirituality means to you. Maybe it just means trusting in yourself more. There's a lot of different ways to interpret that, obviously. So, you know, pick what resonates and leave what doesn't. But it really does seem to me like this is what's going on, and you're kind of waiting for the next pin to drop to do something or to know when to start. I don't know what it is. It's like, it feels like you're waiting on something. So let us keep going and we'll see what else is wanting to come up. Okay. So yes, we have the 5 of Cups, and then we have the Queen of Cups. Ooh, sorry, I can't stop yawning. And then we did get 2 Oracle of Ascendance cards that came out, 2 archetypes and 1 spirit animal card. But let us look at the tarot first, and then we'll layer the rest on top. Okay, so the card that wants to be paired with the 5 of Cups. Oh, I think I know now what Source wanted me to do. Okay, so there's 15. Okay, this isn't a significator card. This is how it wanted, but I was like fighting it. Okay, yeah, so we have the Queen of Cups with the 5 of Cups. I'm gonna layer everything in 5s. Okay, so there's gonna be 5 cards here, 5 cards here, 5 cards here, okay? Next up, we have the 9 of Pentacles. Fourthly, the Ace of Swords. And then lastly, we have the Chariot. Yes. They have the answer. I'm hearing I have the answer. I have the answer. Something is lighting up for you, pile number 2. Wow. Okay, some of you guys may have felt, whoever selected this pile, it might not resonate with everybody. Some of you guys may have felt drawn to pile number 1. If that is the case, if some of you guys felt drawn to 2 and 1, if you did feel drawn to both, I am hearing that this is where you are meant to switch over to pile number 1 and listen there moving forward, okay? So take it as it resonates, leave it if it doesn't, we're gonna keep going. So the next setup of 5 cards we have here is Justice,
And then we have the Queen of Pentacles. The High Priestess. The Emperor. Wow, there is a lot of major arcana here. And then lastly, wait, is that it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Then we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, no, this is it. Okay. Yeah. Lastly, we have the Two of Pentacles. Change. And then the last 5, I'm doing it in the order that Source wants me to. We have the Star. Oh my God, there is such a massive, like your whole life is going to change. And the most, like this is something that is necessary change. You have so much major arcana cards. This is crazy. You have the Hanged Man. Oops. Okay. I'll fix everything after I get all the cards out. The Empress. The Ten of Swords. And lastly, the Knight of Cups. This is so really like freaking beautiful reading. Okay, I'm just trying to make everything straight so we can just like read it easily all together. Okay. Wow. All right, so I'm just gonna reread everything that's in each setup, okay? So if you wanna like write it down just for your sake as well. So for set 1, okay, we have the Queen of Cups, the 9 of Pentacles, the 5 of Cups, the Ace of Swords, and the Chariot. Okay, for set 2, we have the Queen of Pentacles, we have Justice, the High Priestess, Emperor, and the Two of Pentacles. And for the third set, we have the Hanged Man, no, Star with the Hanged Man, the Empress, the Ten of Swords, and the Knight of Swords. I mean, the Knight of Cups, sorry. Okay. So, the part of you that's ready to lead now, just by not even looking at the cards over here, pile number 2, it's like you have been waiting for something to start making you be able to like move or like go do something. Like you're trying to get clarity on something. And this is the part of you that's ready to lead now is the part of you that has that clarity to make the change you need to start feeling like you're in control of your life again. To start feeling like you're in control of your destiny is what I'm even hearing. Because somewhere along the way, I think you might have been a little bit of a workaholic or too much of a doer, like you're constantly doing things where you had to, it felt like the source, I was going to say the world, but source was kind of like forcing you, universe, I don't know if it's like karma as well. You had a crash of some kind and it's could have been like nervous system based, like you just felt like exhausted out of nowhere and you didn't know what was like going on.
maybe you could have felt like you just had a depressive episode out of nowhere. I'm not a doctor, okay? Disclaimer. But it could have felt something in that regard. Like something just shifted internally and you didn't really understand why. But it feels like to me, the reason why that had happened was because you were being taught to understand the delicate balance between doing and just being. Doing and being. Receiving and giving. You know what I mean? We need to have a flow of a little bit of everything. And you had trouble with accepting that before because you came from some sort of past or trauma of some kind that made you think you had to keep fighting and like being a warrior. And you are a warrior, pile number 2. I want to make that extremely clear. But this part of you that is ready to lead now is the part of you that understands the importance of having a balance and equilibrium in life so that things like this don't make you fall and collapse the way it did in the past. You're doing things the right way this time around. And with this part of you that's ready to take the lead, they're ready to do it in a way where it aids in your healing. It aids in your ability to start like doing things at your soul's pace, your heart, the way your heart wants you to do things. And it welcomes more flow in that it is literally necessary and essential for true manifestation to take place. And now I understand why the shadow came through as your significator card, because this is the part of you that made you, it was birthed through the wound. But at the same time, let's look at the rest of your cards and we'll be able to keep piecing more together in here, okay? So the archetype card wants to come out, the first one. Oh, wow. Yes, like I said, this is confirmation. If you guys did feel drawn to pile number 1, like I said, check it out. We have Pioneer coming through with light attribute, passion for doing and creating what has not been done before. Is this not focusing? I don't know what is wrong with my camera. It was perfect before and now it's just having trouble focusing. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna try to fix this. Okay, this should be better. So let's see. We have the Pioneer, there we go. With the light attribute being passion for doing and creating what has not been done before. And the shadow attribute is compulsive need to keep moving on. Keep going, keep being, keep doing. But you're starting something brand new. This is what's standing out to me. This feels like the Star card, actually. I don't know if you see it still. You see that glow? But this is a new way of doing it. With the Ace of Swords, it's coming. The other archetypal card you have received, pile number 2, is Queen. Oh, how cute. With the light attribute being radiates the regal feminine. Uses her benevolent authority to protect others. And the shadow attribute is becomes arrogant when authority is challenged, controlling, and demanding. This is where it gets interesting because the shadow attribute is actually giving me the energy of this shadow archetype that's like a wound that you're moving past. The light attribute is actually showing to me how this part of you that's ready to lead now is the part of you that just wants the best for you and your endeavors, but also you, and mainly how you show up now moving forward. So this is really, really beautiful. It makes me happy to see that coming through, but obviously we're gonna keep piecing things together. I'm just trying to make like space for this. Okay. And then for one of the Oracle of Ascendance cards, you have Throat Chakra. So this could also be about setting official boundaries or making things official by saying them, bringing them to light out loud outside of you. And then we also have the Mars symbol. Yep, oops. Yep. And this is, okay, so with the throat chakra as well, the wound of that chakra is lies. So I feel like you're also learning how to be brutally honest with yourself with like this part of you that's ready to lead now. Sorry, not you learning. I'm mixing up my words because of the reading. Okay. This part of you that's ready to lead now is the part of you that is not gonna take BS anymore, is done lying to themselves, is done lying to you, and they're the ones that are gonna show up in their full, honest truth and integrity. Like, this is the you and version of you, part of you, pile number 2. That's the part of you that's ready to take the lead, is the part of you that wants to do everything with yourself in mind. And then lastly, we have the number 53. So that adds to the number 8, seahorse spirit, watch and wait. You're gonna know when it's time. You're gonna feel it, because the way that when I think of a seahorse, they do things, they're more of an unconventional type of creature, because the first thing that comes to my head is how the male seahorses are the ones that get pregnant. And what intrigues me about that is fluidity, right? But the unconventionality of it as well. And this is also giving me the energy of the pioneer, because they're doing something that no one else has thought of before. This is a way where you're gonna, like, this version of you that's ready to lead now. It's the part of you that is done shrinking your truth. And what I mean by truth, it's not like what you want and like how you want to prioritize things, but it's more so like truth as in, like, how is your body feeling? How is your mental body feeling? How is your emotional body feeling? How is your spiritual? How can we find peace in all those areas and bring wellness and good health to those things? How can we start listening to those things in areas of us more? Because those are the very things that I feel like are one of those types of bodies. They collapsed because of how you were doing things prior. And this isn't even the part of the reading that we're supposed to dive into, but I am hearing in the back of my mind, Source wants me to do things differently with you guys. So what I'm actually gonna do, normally, I told you guys the overview and the order and how I was gonna structure this reading in the intro, so I'm sorry if you guys listen to it because this is gonna confuse you, but we're gonna be doing the order a little bit differently. Source wants me to use my Black Tarot deck really quick and take a look actually at what's supposed to be the third question that we're supposed to dive into, which is what's been holding this part of you back. So, because it's gonna feed more into this, but do I want to use this deck? I'm like debating. I don't even feel like I want to use this deck. Okay. You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna do the way that Source wants me to. It's so interesting. You guys are literally gonna get, like, if you guys have been subscribed to me for a while, it's cool because you guys get to literally see how, like, my whole style of doing readings, like, shifts over time, because I've really been, like, it's funny. You also get to see how one of the things I struggle with is the need for control in these things. And you're not supposed to have control when you're doing them. And it's like, if you watch my videos, my pick a cards from like when I first started my YouTube channel, you'll see how much it's evolved, the structure. It's crazy. So I really didn't feel like, the only reason why I grabbed those decks, because those were the decks that I planned to use for that part of the question for the reading today. But I feel like I just want to use the Black Tarot for this part. So I'm just going to shuffle it and I will be right back, and we're just going to be basically just diving into what's been holding this part back now, and then we're going to go into what the truth that this part of you carry is, okay? So I will be right back. Okay guys, so I am back and I have gotten the cards out. I already laid them out. And the back of the deck energy you guys have received is the Six of Swords. And so, and right underneath it is the King of Spheres, also known as the King of Pentacles. So this is giving me like this idea of like right now you are definitely in the midst of a transitional period in your life. So this is definitely a confirmation for that. But also I think you're in a transitional period of understanding where the mental chaos was really holding you back in life in certain areas, specifically when it came to old belief systems and narratives. And the reason why I say that is because the swords is ruled by the mind, and it's the element of air, right? So the things that float around, you know, you're moving away from that. You're moving to calmer waters in that regard. And that's the thing that helps you feel more grounded and feels like you are the leader of your life a little bit more. So with the cards that we have received, we actually received significator card energy here with the Empress alongside the Queen of Spheres, also known as the Queen of Pentacles. This is showing to me that this is also, when I say significator energy, like this is the overlying energy theme influencing this entire spread that we're gonna like look at together. That's what I mean by that. But when I look at these two cards together, we have the Empress coming up again, and the Empress came up in the Transparent Tarot along with the Queen of Pentacles. It seems to me, pile number 2, that this did have a lot to do with you having trouble letting your like creativity flow and like come through. What's been holding this part back was your ability to be in stillness for long periods of time, was your ability to start prioritizing more like self-care and rest and rejuvenation, like whatever those words mean to you. There was a lack of that. Just not being with noise and like busyness of life. There needed to be more time to like let your emotions flow. And what I mean by that is accessing that creative side of you. So what are hobbies that you used to love doing when you were a kid? Or what are things you just like doing in general? Like for example, like for me, I love making dream catchers. Like I know how to weave them. I also love to do puzzles. I just recently started getting really, really into playing ping pong, and now I'm trying to teach my fiance how to play it so that, you know, whenever we do have our wedding and get married, like I want us to be able to like go back and forth with the ping pong, go pew, pew, pew. Like I feel like that'd be so cool. And then everyone's gonna be like, oh my God, who's gonna win? That sounds so corny and funny, but it's because I grew up with a ping pong table in my parents' basement. So, you know, like I love those little things, and, you know, it just makes me happy. You know, it makes me feel like I'm reconnecting to my inner child. What are those things for you? What are those things that make you forget that you have an adult life? Like that you have to adult at all? What makes you forget all of that for a second? There needs to be more of that, because it's like, I think that you were forgetting how the delicateness of having those moments, because they are so crucial for your mental health and they are so crucial for your nervous system, because then you're kind of like reconnecting it to joy, to things that don't feel too chaotic and that don't feel so like high strung all the time. There needed to be like more grounding, and there was a lack of that. So let's keep going though, because obviously I want to continue to connect the rest of the things together, because maybe what I'm saying, there needs to be more add-ons to it, right? So for the first, I'm thinking how I want to do this, because there was a weird way that Source was asking me to. So I'm going to listen to it. The way that I normally never do my card reveals like this, but I am being asked by Source to do this each set at a time. So these come in pairs. So the card underneath is influencing the card above it, okay? So for the first row, we have the 7 of Swords. I'll just do left to right. The 7 of Swords with the 8 of Swords. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna zoom out now. I only zoomed in for the sake of the transparent tarot, so I'm gonna, okay, there we go. And then the next set of cards. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's how I wanted it. Okay, sorry. Left to right. We have the Strength card with the Hanged Man. And then the last set, left to right, again, we have Justice and the 10 of Spheres, also known as the 10 of Pentacles. Oh, I really like this Justice card. It's really cool. The eyes are watching. But there's tears coming out of that eye. And it kind of looks like these are eyes, right? So all eyes were on you maybe in the past when this happened. Okay. So what's been holding this part back? Ugh. It seems to me, pile number 2, that there was 100% an issue with running away from your inner peace or running away from letting yourself be in stillness for long periods of time or in silence for long periods of time, just not being busy. You ran away from that. You would not want to look at it. It was hard for you to, because that's where a lot of the thoughts of anxiety come up or live, is what I'm hearing. But the thing is that in order to actually get to the thing that you want, it is so essential for you to learn how to be in the silence and the not knowing as much as the movement, and you already know where you're going. Like if you have a game plan, you know what I mean? Let me take a sip of my tea. Give me a second. So there was a big disconnect in your mind and body and emotional connection. Mind, body, and heart. Let's say that. Mind, body, and heart connection. There was a big disconnect there. You had trouble knowing when to stop. You had trouble knowing when to keep going. I want to cut the deck for some reason over here. What is this? The 2 of Swords. Yeah. With the High Priestess. Okay. And then what's under here? Oops. The Hierophant. High Priestess. Okay, so 2 of Swords, High Priestess, Hierophant. Yeah, like, and the reason why you had trouble with that was because you were so used to doing things a certain way, or you were taught by a certain age on how to do things like the right way to do something. I don't know, it just feels like you were kind of conditioned and trained to like just keep going, kind of like a robot in a way, which is very unhealthy, because you would have to literally like detach from your emotions to go like keep fulfilling some sort of thing. And it was a thing that was just like you had to do, like it was necessary for some reason. But like deep down you always knew that that wasn't the way. That wasn't the way that actually would have benefited you in the long run. Now it's caught up with you, and it did a while ago, and you had to go through some sort of huge like unraveling. It feels like you were kind of forced to go through some sort of like huge unraveling internally. This is not now. This is like before you even found this like reading and stuff, what I'm talking about, like in terms of timing with the unraveling. But you're at a point, you've reached a point while watching this video where you're starting to kind of come to a conclusion. You're reaching a conclusion for why this all happened the way it did. Like you might feel like you're having some sort of like full circle effect, like, oh my God, like I get it now. Like holy SHIT, like I get it. And you're starting very slowly but surely to move away from the chaos right now. I feel called to cut the deck of my shadow work cards, so I'm gonna do that and just look at the card that's underneath. Yeah, so we have attachment. True growth requires letting go, with the words at the bottom. You probably can't see it, but I'm going to read it. It says clinging, dependence, and addiction. And then we have dependency. Find strength in self-sufficiency and empowerment. Reliance, neediness, and addiction again. So addiction came through twice. Dependence, reliance, they're kind of like the same energy. It's giving me this idea of like just being used to how things used to always be, but to the point where it wouldn't make sense to do things another way until the point of no return where you don't have a choice but to do it another way. And that's kind of what I feel like you had to go through in your life, where you're like, okay, well, I was always doing it this way, but then out of nowhere, it's like, boom, like, why did this happen? And now you're finally starting to get the picture. And it's very frustrating. I feel like I want to like commend you, pile number 2, because I feel like whatever this is that kept coming through, like this huge thing, not a lot of people would have been able to handle it as well as you were able to. Like,
you could have went through some, like, there was a dark moment that happened that I'm picturing, like, in my head could have gone a completely different way / route. But because of your mental, like, resilience, because of your upbringing in a way, like, you should kind of be, like, everything happened the way it did to get you to this point. And I feel like you're really realizing that. Like, there was a reason. I know this is gonna suck. Some of you guys might hate me for what I'm about to say, and I'm sorry for that, but I send you so much love. But what I'm picturing is, like, you realizing the trauma. Why did you go through the certain traumas you went through? And what traits did it develop out of you, like, character development wise, at this point? And because you had such a unhealthy sabotaging thing with, like, work or, like, doing and not being still, it kind of naturally made you more resilient than a person that didn't get stuck in that survival mode to begin with. And so it's like, now that the crash happened, you know, you almost got, like, you were in the unraveling moment. Remember I was describing that earlier, but it could have been a lot worse is what I'm hearing. Like, the darkness could have stayed there longer. You could have gotten to even a darker space mentally, but, like, you kind of didn't want to let it get there. Like, you're a fighter naturally. Like, you have a fighting spirit, pile number 2 is what I'm trying to say. And it really comes through in the sense of, like, honestly this, and the part of, like, what's been holding this part back was that it physically would never have been able to come through unless and until this whole unraveling thing happened and you gave yourself permission to surrender to the unraveling, which you finally did at one point. And now it's, like, starting to all make sense. It's all leading you to exactly where you want to be. So I don't want you to worry. Like, in terms of what's been holding this part back, it's already going through the completion stage, okay? Does that make sense? So this isn't something you need to worry about too much. I hope, though, that this part did give you, like, a lot of more clarity. I do feel like there were some pieces of here that did want to come through for a reason that were just as equally as important as not looking through it. So, you know, I feel like this was essential. So with that, because I did say I was going to do it this way, let me just take another sip of my tea because my throat is so damn dry and I do not know why. It's, like, hard for you to be honest with yourself fully still. I think that's why my throat feels like it's constricting a little. We're gonna now look at, like I said, I was gonna do things the weird way. We're gonna now look at the truth that this part carries, just to kind of wrap everything up here. So we're just gonna be using my What's the Vibe deck. And then we're also gonna be using my Landsky Oracle deck here, okay? So, I'll just do it here and then honestly, screw it. Let's just do it here. Okay. Because I already started and I don't feel like hitting the stop button on my camera. Okay, so what truth does this part of pile number 2 carry? Okay. I did not expect to get 4, but I felt called to. Back of the deck energy we have here is Ustrasana, which is camel pose. I'm trying to remember what the number 16 is in astrology. I mean, tarot. I think it is. Oh, it's the Tower. Oh, okay. But Ustrasana, this is giving me the idea of, like, being able to overcome your own self-sabotage. Like, you really, I'm just really proud of you. Pile number 2. Clapping, clapping, clapping. Because this part of you that is ready to lead now, they really aren't letting any collapse mess with them anymore because they're going to be doing things the way that is really genuinely aligned for their truth. Your truth. Both of your truths together. This is beautiful. This card did come upright, so we want to look at it before we shuffle the rest. We have Kali coming through with fierce love. she is like the destroyer, the destructor, but she's doing it from a place of like, this is where you're not letting things happen the way that they used to anymore. Like, you're not doing this. These feel like they're mirroring each other's energy. Okay. Where do I want to put this? This is bothering me. Okay, let's just keep it like this because there's a reason, I think, why I wanted to do it that way.
And then we're just going to shuffle the last deck. Okay. So, what truth does this part of pile number 2 carry? Okay. Back of the deck energy is running, escape, denial, excuses. Okay. And the what's the vibe card we received is, oh wow, blocked, moved on, nothing to say, stop calling. And then we have Brahmari Pranayama, which is bumblebee breath. Oops. Then we have Moksha, which is about liberation. And then lastly, we have Santosha, which is actually one of the niyamas and Patanjali's 8 limbs of yoga. So the niyamas are kind of like the commandments to honor yourself, kind of see it that way. It's about like finding joy in all of it. And okay, there's a lot of cuteness here. I actually really love this because it seems like the thing that you're done doing is running. Like, you're not gonna run anymore. You're not gonna do that anymore. You're done with it. And with Brahmari, Moksha, and Santosha, the truth that this part of you it's carrying right now, pile number 2, is the part of you that does things the right way. And they know that the way you used to do things, it did serve you for its own reasons, but you've reached a point in your life where you just can't do it that way anymore. You know that the unraveling happened the way it did, and this part of you is now ready to come in and step forward to show you that you can have your emotional fulfillment, you can have your freedom, and whatever freedom means to you in your current reality now, in giving yourself bits and pieces of that like reality in your present as you move towards your goals. And you can do that by listening to your soul's pace, moving at the pace that your soul's asking for you to do, and working with it rather than just trying to bulldoze your way past how you're actually feeling, because we all have limits, right? And if we keep bypassing limits just to keep getting to this feeling, ooh, sorry, I can't stop yawning with you guys. Like, it's like you're just being called to like relax. I think I keep channeling this energy of like relaxation. And it's like your nervous system is like finally asking for a break. And this part of you is the part of you that gives your nervous system that break in a way where it's going to be able to serve you on your endeavors, but in a way that is at a pace that is literally just human. Like, you're not meant to fight this. And you've accepted that now. Like, you understand that you really can't. Like, you physically can't. And this part of you is coming in and it's leading whether you want it to or not. It's just a matter of how smoothly, like, do you want to keep fighting it? Like, how long do you want this fighting part to last? You know what I mean? But I really think you are kind of surrendering it to it. I don't feel like you're fighting it too much rather than just embracing what's to come next, because it really feels like that unraveling part was intense. You know, like I said, I do want to give you guys credit because I don't think a lot of people would have been able to handle it the way you guys did. So it really just keeps showing to me like this is about like you finding your equilibrium, and you're not gonna run as fast as you have on like a hamster wheel on end 24/7. Like, you're ready to start listening. So let us now see the changes, or what changes happen when you start letting this part lead? Like, what is going to happen? What is going to change in your life when you when this part starts to lead, okay? So we're going to be using my karma cards for this part of the reading. So we basically divided up into the decks of the planets, the piles for planets, signs, and then houses, right? And then we read them straight through. So I am actually going to pause the video here, and then I'll meet you in the next part. And then we're also gonna be using my tea leaf cards. So I'm just gonna shuffle and get all the cards out just so we can move into this right away for your guys' sake. Okay, guys? See you there. Okay, guys, so I was successfully able to do all the shuffling and stuff, but actually I wasn't planning on doing this at all. I didn't do this for pile number 1's reading, but I actually felt called to use the back of the deck energies for the karma cards as well, and this is going to be showing us the literal shift. So the back of the deck energy is like the energy that that's going to be changing when you start letting this part lead. So this could be like where you've been functioning from. All right, so I wanted to look at that first. So we have the South Node in Virgo. Let me get the other one. In the 5th house. Oh, wow, okay. This is so really spot on accurate. That's so trippy that I felt that little nudge to do that. Okay. So just so you guys know, I don't know if you guys can see it from that distance, but then there's an S, an M, and a P. So this this is the blue letters instead of the red. So this is about an outcome message. S stands for spiritual outcome, and M stands for mental outcome, and P stands for physical. So the South Node in Virgo in the 5th house is the energy that you've been functioning from, pile number 2. And it says, there will not be methods for the healing power of love. Anxiety about the analyzing of investment, gambles, and other games, and trouble resulting from the perfectionism of your creations. So right off the bat, we already know that this is what's been going on. This need to constantly do, work, and get things done and taken care of. The fact that we have the South Node in Virgo in the 5th house, oh my God, this is the house of literal creativity, play. This is kind of where how at least I picture it. It is ruled by Leo, and Leos tend to be kids at heart when you really get to know them. And the way I'm saying that, I'm thinking of more someone who might have like a moon sign in Leo placement in their chart. They don't need to necessarily have that if they feel like a kid at heart, but Leos do, since they do rule the 5th house, that is the house of children as well. And affairs like play, just things like not taking things too seriously, So they can be a little bit of a goofball. But with the South Node, this is a very stern energy, right? This is already immediately showing us something about past life lessons, and regardless of what you believe in, like this is literally what the South Node means in astrology, like astrologically speaking. With it being in a sign that is extremely critical, extremely analytical in nature, their ruling planet is Mercury, and they are an earth sign, but I like to call them the air signs of the earth signs because they do have a tendency to think very heavily into things. But the reason why I do believe, like Virgo is pure earth is because when they aren't letting their minds and mental clutter get the best of them, they have an innate ability to be able to like hold space through a process of maintaining consistency on something if they know that it's getting them somewhere. And just like Capricorn and Taurus, like they can also do the same thing, hence why they are known as the earth signs. With Virgo in the South Node, or with the South Node in Virgo, this is showing to us, that you were coming from a place of control and a need to get things just right. I'm quoting just right, because there's no such real thing. You're going to constantly be evolving and leveling up as you go and move through life. There's going to be no moment where something is going to be deemed perfect enough for you to move forward. It's just the energy and state that it's supposed to be at that time, depending on where you're at in your own personal growth journey. So you're shifting that. That's immediately standing out, just by us looking at the back of the deck energy here. So now let us take a look and see, okay, so this is shifting from this to what, right? So as you can see, I already have a tea leaf card here, and I have one over here that landed, and then we do have a couple. I'm gonna just move these out of the way. So we already dived into that. Hopefully you guys wrote that down in whatever you're taking notes with. So as you can see, we do have tea leaves that kind of like fell out, and I left them exactly where they landed on the table.
And I'm just leaving the back of the deck stuff here on the side so I can keep note of it for myself while we continue to dive in. But yeah, I kept the tea leaves exactly where they were meant to land, and I do believe they landed on certain areas of the cards for a reason. So they're gonna add more depth and essence to what comes through. Because it landed here, we're gonna just move this up here for now so we can look at the karma cards first, because I do feel called to look at that first, and then we're gonna add the tea leaves, you know, on top of it. So for the planet that changes when you let this part of you lead, pile number 2, we have Pluto. Geez, that's like literally the Tower card in tarot, Pluto. That's what Pluto reminds me of. But it also kind of reminds me of like, so it reminds me of the Tower moment. It reminds me like, okay, sorry. In terms of major arcana cards, Pluto energy gives me Tower moment energy. It gives me star energy. It also gives me a mix of like Death card with a little bit of Temperance and Chariot. I'm like really sitting with this. So think about all those things, right? There's a lot of wishy-washy energy, chaos mixed with this need to integrate. It can be a very confusing time when we think about Pluto. So Pluto is in Aquarius in the 10th house. Wow, how much more specific can we get? So what changes when you let this part of you lead, pile number 2? The spiritual outcome that changes is the need for control of genius to experiment with your destiny. So see how we were talking about the South Node in Virgo earlier in the 5th house? That is the energy of a person that has to work on their need for control if they're in that wounded state. And we were discussing everything from that wounded state prior, but you're still moving through it. Like you are slowly but surely trying to integrate this part of you right now and holding space internally to make yourself ready to let them lead. So like, remember we talked about that. Remember we already talked about like what's been holding this part back. Like you don't have to worry about it too much, because I feel like you've been consistently trying to overcome it since you've been, like at the point that you started watching this video, like you have been, it's a timeless reading, but regardless of where you're at, like you've been trying. But it shows to us that that's changing. And that is really beautiful because, you know, with control, that is a need of the ego. And this is showing to us that you are understanding that you cannot physically control everything. And this is going to kind of give your body an opportunity, even though it kind of felt drastic at one point, like when you realized that you couldn't do things the way you were doing them anymore in the past. Like it's still like this was all essential to help you get to where you're meant to be. You know, because the 10th house here is giving me midheaven energy as well. And it just feels right. With the mental outcome, it says an obsession with the discoveries of where you're going. So the change here is that you're releasing that overthinking. You're going to be able to, like when you let this part of you lead fully, pile number 2, the shift is a shift in mental perspective. The shift is a shift in your ability to carry and juggle things in a way where you know what is actually worth juggling versus what really genuinely never was to begin with. You know, it feels like you had to constantly feel like you had to show up and be of service for everyone or everything around you, whether it was duties, obligations, or just people in general. Like maybe you felt obligated to reach out to, like this is a very random example, and this is actually a personal example, actually, like for me, that I've dealt with that I can relate to, and I think there's a reason why Source wants me to bring this up, but like when you're working and like you're trying to get to a goal of some kind, let's say you are really, really determined to get there. It is super, super hard to try to keep in contact with all of your loved ones while you're doing that. And the reason for that is because you're literally putting in so much of your energy to grow, evolve, expand. Like that's a lot, and that can already be draining in itself for your nervous system. Like it is trying to recalibrate, it is trying to level up in a way. And that's a lot of freaking work. And the moments where you have rest and opportunity for rest, like your body thanks you for that, but it also means that it is like, in no way in heck do you feel called to want to keep in touch with your loved ones all the time. And instead, you're only going to do that when you feel guilty, when you feel obligated to. Like, you know, it's not that you don't love them. It's that this point in your life, this period, this season you're in, it's a building season. And you're genuinely trying to keep your focus on that
because you can't really please everyone. And the end purpose of what you're trying to do is so that you can start showing up better in those areas of your life. So it's like, do you not get what I'm saying? There is a shift here of like trying to constantly do everything for everyone, be everything for everyone. And for me, it used to be like the perfect daughter, the perfect granddaughter, the perfect sister, the perfect lover, the perfect friend, the perfect facilitator for healing. I don't like the word healer. The perfect networker, the perfect coach. The perfect social media person, the perfect youth. I could keep on flipping going. And that's why it's not good. I know I could keep on going. So, I can heavily resonate with you in terms of like that switch up. I have personally gone through a burnout crash, and it is not fun. Like when your nervous system just totally shuts down on you and it's like, nope, I'm going to give you a migraine for a week plus straight because you need to learn that like you pushed this way too hard, and that's what happened to me. Like my hair was falling out. It was crazy. And, I made a promise to myself that I'm not going to ignore my body and my emotional and energetic needs anymore. You know what I mean? I'm going to find a balance here. So you're learning that rest can be sacred. And the change here that happens when you let this part of you lead is that you're going to realize that you never had to choose between one or the other, whether it be like getting there with happiness, like getting to wherever this end goal is with emotional fulfillment. Like you used to always think that wasn't possible. You used to always think that you had to like go through it with like grit, grind, and like blood, sweat, and tears sort of thing, which is like, yes, it's possible, but then like you're not going to be able to enjoy it. And then most of the time when you're trying to get there and you have trouble like letting yourself fully enjoy the journey and the process, it means that, what you're trying to manifest, like, is it going to be really aligned with what you want? Because you're not really aligning with the right frequency to attain it. Because that version of you that you picture in wherever you're trying to go, are they happy or are they stressed and sad? Are they able to handle everything and still have calm and ease and steadfastness in their heart? Do you not get what I mean? Do they have peace? How can you embody peace now and still get to where you're trying to go? And that's the shift. This part of you is showing you that, and it's gonna very, very much prioritize your well-being, your inner peace, while you go and move and adapt and build the resilience, because it's all flipping possible, pile number 2. So that's very, very beautiful. And then lastly, with the physical outcome is a power struggle. So this is what changes, right, when you let this part lead. So what changes is the power struggle resulting from the eccentricity of your career. So the power struggle could literally mean, like I just said, the need to constantly do things all the time and show up. So you're just learning to surrender with the process. You're going to get to learn through this change when you let this part of you lead, like, okay, something switched up my goals, my to-do list for today, but that's okay. I'm going to figure it out because I already got this far. I could just switch things up here and then move that to another day. Oh, wait, that other day comes and another switch up happens. Oh, no worries, no worries. I could just take care of this instead. And I could keep moving that here because, I'm still moving exactly where I'm meant to be as long as I'm moving forward, as long as I'm doing the steps. That's what matters. It doesn't need to be 20 steps every single day. It doesn't need to be 110 steps every single day. What matters is just the consistency aspect. And that's what this part of you is showing you, and it's going to teach you, and that's what's going to shift mindset wise for you. So I'm very, very excited because I feel like I'm kind of going through this very similar shift as well. All right. With that, let us be more specific here. So let us look at the tea leaf card that did land over this Aquarius energy. I think it landed somewhat between Pluto and Aquarius, but let's see. So let's see what the tea leaf says. And it says, Inkpot, problems to be resolved. Exactly. This was literally like Source showing us the change. It was showing us what changes. And this is literally, I think, in my personal opinion, the confirmation that these are the problems that do get resolved. All right. And then on Brahmari Pranayama with bee breath, we have Turkey. Someone is behaving stupidly. So I actually like this because it adds more essence here. So what changes is your ability to start navigating through moments where you're getting overwhelmed or where you're going to be able to catch your nervous system before it starts to give you a ping moment of discomfort. Like you're gonna start getting closer or better at catching yourself before anxiety kicks in. Like, you're gonna be able to recognize those moments, like those micro moments in your life. I actually do have a video that I do think you guys would like to watch on my YouTube channel. It's, I think, in my I'm pretty sure this is in my neuroplasticity playlist on, I was about to say Facebook, what the heck, on YouTube. So I barely use Facebook, but on YouTube. And basically that video like dives into how to kind of stop the thought spiral from taking over. I think it was called The Steps That Stop Me from Negative Thinking. I think that's the video. So I highly recommend you guys check it out because it does kind of help you practice developing that awareness. But I do see you, regardless of whether you watch it or not, like that's gonna change. It just popped up in my head because of what I saw here. Next up with Santosha, we had another one come, which is a broken wishbone. A wish will not be granted. So I, again, love this. Why? Because Santosha, contentment, this is part of the niyamas of yoga. And yoga is on and off the mat. What I love about Santosha specifically is that it's all about practicing gratitude and appreciation for life, what is around you, you know, remembering and recognizing that in a way we are all privileged in different ways. And this is giving me the idea that you're not gonna, like, what shifts, it's gonna be a drastic shift. I feel like it's really gonna shift your entire life perspective on a lot of different areas and facets of your life. Pile number 2, like, as you let this part of you lead, the shift that happens is you stop seeing things so black and white, or such in a fixed way where it's like all or nothing, all in or all out. This is giving me the idea that you're actually gonna be able to understand, like, patience. I don't know if patience was something that you would struggle with in the past, pile number 2, but it is giving me this idea of, like, if you didn't enjoy the ride before when you were just doing, then that means that you were just waiting to get to the outcome, the end goal, destination, right? There was no enjoyment to be found. And that's why eventually it all crashed, because this is not how you get there. The shift here is you're gonna start learning with this part of you that starts to lead. The change that happens is the mindset shift. The shift that, yes, it might not be here as we speak right now while you're listening to this video, right? The goal. But you know that you're on your way. You're getting there closer and closer, even through the moments when you're not working and you're taking off a day off, you know? Even on the moments when you're not thinking about that goal, you're still working towards it because you're still, like, literally subconsciously gonna be determined to keep the self-awareness in check, to keep yourself in check from letting old habits, old narratives to fall back into place, you know, and take over all over again, keep you in some sort of unhealthy cycle and dynamic of, like, chasing. It's gonna feel like the goal is running farther and farther away from you the more you try to do it that way, and AKA being stuck in that survival mode. And that is the shift. Because with this, that means you're inviting in more flexibility. And I am also hearing, because I did remember we did get the throat chakra for you earlier, I am getting a channel message right now that for you, affirmations or mantras of some kind that are neuroplasticity or scientifically backed to kind of aid you in this process is gonna be extremely helpful. I don't know if you tend to, I don't think a lot of you guys that chose this pile talk to yourselves for, like, soothing or self-soothing strategies, but maybe you do. But I am hearing that that is a strategy that is really helpful for you guys specifically. I don't know if it's because you naturally overthink a lot, like it feels like you already have a voice in your head that you listen to a lot, but like speaking physically, like verbally out loud to yourself is gonna be very helpful to speak back to that thought, that inner critic or whatever it might be that's in the head, and it's gonna show you, like, oh wait, like I'm in control here because the voice is external. So doing like mantras of some kind is gonna be extremely helpful for you. That's just a random channel message that came through. So if that doesn't resonate, then just let it go. But if it does, you know, then here you go. And if you are looking for a way to do that, honestly, maybe like using like ChatGPT could be helpful. I'm trying to think of like ways to make it personalized, but you know, personally, like this is usually the work that I do with my one-on-one clients, like when we work through like my premium offerings and things like that. like my bundle of sessions and things. But this is giving me like, honestly, like ChatGPT could be really helpful, or really just like listing out like what are the things that you know you're trying to rewire in your mind, and then see if you can come up with the affirmations on your own when you have time to like do some journaling and self-reflection on this. That could also be very helpful. And then for the last tea leaf that you guys have received, it landed on the Empress and the Queen of Spheres. We have Unicorn. Use your intuition to make beneficial changes. So this is automatically showing to us that that is exactly what's going to be happening. You know, don't you see all the heavier tea leaves we had? But then it showed us the flip side depending on the cards that they landed on. Like, that's what's changing. But then at the end of it, we have one unicorn card all the way on this side, directly on the two black tarot cards right here with the Empress and Queen of Pentacles. Like, you are the one driving the ship at the end of the day. And you're going to start realizing that more and more and more. The more in control that you start getting this stuff under, like the more you get this stuff under control, the anxiety, the spiraling, the more you're going to realize that you are and have always been in control since you started. You know, up until this point, even if there's like anxiety or self-doubt regarding like how you're doing things, when this part of you starts to really like step up to the plate or try to start like immersing itself into your reality, you know, there is going to be anxiety that hits. And so you're going to have to keep reassuring yourself, like, this is the way forward, the right way forward now. And your intuition to make beneficial changes, that's where self-awareness comes into play. Like, at the end of the day, like, I think Source is trying to really remind you here, like, all these things can change, but it's up to you to hold yourself accountable and to continuing to honor the integration and the recalibration period, which means that, you know, your nervous system isn't going to have fun for the first couple of months while you do this shift, pile number 2. Like, it is going to try to fight you on this because what is it? Neuroplasticity. And when we're trying to rewire the brain, it will fight us. And it will make us moody. It will make us irritable. It is going to make us confused and doubt and do lots of crazy things. Might even make us unmotivated. And this is where you're gonna have to really, really show up for yourself and remind yourself that these things are temporary. These feelings are temporary. Give yourself enough space to hold the emotions. Let them be there. You know, hold space for them. Move. Do some breath work. Shake it out, like physically or literally. You know, do some jumping jacks. Do what you gotta do to let those emotions come through you. Okay? You are going to, in time, as you let this part of you lead, start to learn exactly what it is that's coming up before it comes up. You're going to start learning what it is you should start doing before you let yourself get sucked into hyperfixation mode, because that was something that you used to do in the past, and all the other beautiful things. So I really, 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 really love this. And the last thing I did want to show you guys before we move forward into the final part of your reading today here, guys, is the back of the deck's energies for the tea leaves. So we did get the bat and the horseshoe. I'm just getting the cards, sorry guys. So we got the bat that says, take care, enemies are working against you. But then we got it with the horseshoe that says, good luck. So this is immediately giving me this idea that deception will try to come for you, whether it be with people that try to like tempt you to fall back into old patterns in the outside of your world, in your external world, or whether it be like your old narratives trying to come back at you in your inner world. You're gonna have the upper hand here as long as you keep kind of like referring back to what we just talked about, what we dived into within this reading so far. I really do think this is something that's like it's gonna be very, very helpful to like keep saved somewhere. You can even like add it to like a playlist to watch later again, because, or just write it's the stuff down, you know? I am hearing, this is gonna sound super weird, but you can even use, I don't know if you have an iPhone, voice record, like do voice memo of yourself, like giving yourself a reassurance pep talk, and then like save it as like when you need, like listen to this when you're nervous, or listen to this when you're anxious, or when the spiral comes. Like, I don't know, do something like that for yourself, record it, and you can listen to it whenever you're having a moment of doubt, because, you know, you're the one that's gonna reassure yourself that, like, you're reparenting yourself is what I'm hearing, to help yourself be able to like know that you're supported. Because at the end of the day, it's like this new version of you that you're gonna start to sculpt, this new part of you that's gonna start coming in to lead, they need to know that you also have their back. You know, And now I understand why the shadow was your significator card, because the shadow, it gets scared. It will fight. It will start to rebel if it doesn't feel like it's being acknowledged, validated, or seen or supported by you, by its light partner. Because it's the darkness, but you're the light. Do you get what I mean? So, okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That makes me super excited for you guys. But with that in mind, let us now move into the final thing that we're going to dive into before we get a final message from Source to end this reading with. So with this, I was planning on using my Sacred Creator deck over here. I love this deck. And then, oh, I didn't even tell you what we were going to do. We're going to be diving into what's the grounded shift to let this part of you lead, like officially. Like, what is the official grounded shift you're meant to make to let this part of you lead, okay? So yeah, we're gonna be using my Sacred Creator deck, and then we're also going, honestly, let's just use this deck. I feel called to just use this, and then after, I'm gonna be giving you guys some exercises, whether it is essential coping skills, like exercises for stress and anxiety relief to help you build resilience and daily well-being, as you move through this journey of like holding space for this new part of you to lead. And then I'm also going to be sharing you guys some self-discovery and personal self-reflective prompts you guys can journal about after this reading is complete at your own time. So once I do share those cards with you guys, I do highly recommend that you guys pause the video and take a screenshot so you can look it over in your own timing, or pause the video and write the practice down. I am going to read each of the cards out loud just so YouTube can like auto make the captions in case anyone that listens to this doesn't understand like English, and it can like translate to their language for them. But you know, like I'm gonna try my best to help you guys, but at the same time, like that's the work you guys are gonna have to hold yourselves accountable for, okay? So we're gonna be doing that, getting cards for that, and I will also try to pull out a stress less practice from my stress less cards as well for you guys to take away with yourselves, okay? So let me just shuffle all the cards, and then I will get right into it for you guys. So I will meet you there. All right, guys, so I got everything nice and shuffled up for you. And what is so flipping trippy here is the back of the deck energy for the Sacred Creator card deck. We got sacred mirrors. And with the number 33, and the number 33 came through at the introduction for this pick a card video at its entirety. I kept channeling that the master number 33 was going to be of importance for these piles, regardless of the pile you choose. Number 33 came through for pile number 1 in its own crazy way. For you guys, it came through literally just now, like showing itself straight up. And that's really, really, really trippy. Okay, so I do highly recommend that you guys look up the meaning of that number. I did dive into it a little bit at the beginning of the introduction part of this video, but at the same time, I would love for you guys to do your own research, because this is showing to me that you're literally in the process of trying to work hand in hand with this new part of you that's coming to rise to the surface. So in terms of the grounded shift to let this part of you lead, first up, we have received for you, integrate your knowing with the number 9. Next up, we have the number 10 with changes. And then lastly, I am so tripped out. I don't remember if it's your pile that had ascending numbers all over the place or pile number 1, but that's so trippy. We have the number 11 with your past supports your future. You are on the right journey. 9, 10, and 11, you are growing and you are in the process of moving into your brand new beginning, literally, with it ending with the number 11, pile number 2. Okay. With your past supports your future, and this whole placement, the way the cards have landed, what's the grounded shift to let this part of you lead is to recognize and understand that there are things that you did used to do for self-enjoyment. And those are things that are being asked to start coming back in to your day-to-day way of living, or in the moments when you know sacred rest is of need, okay? There's going to be moments where your inner child is going to try to speak to you. There's going to be moments where this part of you is going to try to communicate with you, pile number 2. And your job here, when it comes to the grounded shift, to start letting this part of you lead officially for good, is to really keep in mind of everything that we just dived into. Keep in mind all the wisdom that you've gained during these last couple of months in your life through this huge, like the collapse thing that happened that led to this huge shift. Because I told you, remember, like you were in the middle of shifting. So really do some self-reflection work on yourself to really ask yourself, like, what are the things that I did learn through these last couple of months, like since it happened? Because that's really going to help you benefit the growth that's happening right now, the change. And it's going to help you recognize the why behind why this all had to happen the way it did. But I do already feel like you've had the full circle effect. It's just, it's going to be completely downloaded and instilled with you if you're able to do that self-reflection thing. And with your past supports your future, like I said, that's the thing that helps you maintain consistency in a way that's not going to burn you out or keep you from being too stagnant. You know, this is where you get to sprinkle in more joy throughout the journey and the process to getting there. Because like I said, with sacred mirrors, oh, I like how this popped out. What does your soul say? And it's like the same color as the color here. So it's like sacred mirrors, what does your soul say? It's kind of like giving you a nudge here, like Source is giving you a literal nudge saying, look, pile number 2, you're going to know exactly what to do when you start feeling those things come up. You're going to know. Whether it's literally taking a step up off the computer, standing up, shaking it out, you know, going to do a bathroom break and rinsing, splashing some water on your face, you know, doing some stretches. Like, you're going to know those weird nudges of when to do it. It's just practicing the self-awareness, and that means practicing being in the present. And being in the present is going to be more easy if you're able to kind of weave in and sprinkle in some more moments of joy, but it's like mindful joy is what's being asked of you here. That's the grounded shift. The grounded shift is to like really pick something that you love doing, that you know you can kind of just be in the moment for, and it's going to help you learn and discern between like the emotional shifts and switch ups that happen internally for you. So I hope that made sense, guys, but we're going to keep it at that. And let us now move into the prompts and the exercises. I already got all the cards out for you guys, okay? And then I got this final message from Source. And then depending on the time, I did want to actually pull out some sliplets of paper for you guys to finish up this reading. I just felt called to do it for you guys specifically. Honestly, yeah, I might just do it like this. Okay. Final messages for pile number 2. Thank you. Perfect. Oh, how did it land? It landed like that. Oh, okay. So for the so these are going to be prompts for you guys to do in your own time. You actually received one of 2 different categories of self-reflection prompts. So I think this one is for relationships and this one's for emotional intelligence. But you can literally, when it says the relationship prompt, it could be towards people, but it can also be the relationship towards yourself, okay? So for the first one you guys received, it says, what is your why? And is it strong enough to inspire your best self? Oh, I thought this was the relationship one. Oh, sorry. This is mental clarity. What is your why? And is it strong enough to inspire your best self? And when I read these, I am not going to interpret a thing. Whatever this means for you is how it's supposed to mean for you. Pile number 2. So I do highly recommend that you write down these things as I share it. All right, so pause the video if you have to, but I'm going to keep going. I love this. And then for your last prompt you guys have received, it says, how can you turn your biggest regrets and disappointments into powerful learning experiences? How can you turn your biggest regrets and disappointments into powerful learning experiences? That's literally what we were just talking about. Okay, that's so trippy. Oh, and I did forget to mention, I'm sorry, I thought this was the last one, but I felt called to use the back of the deck here for a final prompt. I'm sorry, I forgot that I did that. Okay. So this is a desires self-reflection prompt that you received. How would you live if you had all the resources to do whatever you want? What small steps can you take to start experiencing that life now? How would you live if you had all the resources to do whatever you want? What small steps can you take to start experiencing that life now? I love this. Again, it's trying to show you that the reality that you want isn't as far away as you think. You just have to embody it now, and there are ways to do that. All right, so I'm gonna leave this here. Oh, I'm gonna leave the papers that landed where they did land, okay. And you received 2 essential coping skills that you can use to practice throughout your journey, as well as 1 stress less card practice, okay? So for the first one you have received, it's actually the Ace of, I think this is the Spade, so this is known as the Ace of Swords. It says acts of kindness. Feeling bored, gloomy, or sad, performing a random act of kindness can uplift you while doing the same for someone else. Example, send a caring text to a friend, greet a stranger, help someone feel special, donate things. What will you do today? I'm trying to keep it still so you guys can take the photo or do what you gotta do, but I'm going to move on. For the last one we have here, this is the 7 of Cups for the 7 of Hearts. Nag log. For 1 week, document all the negative things you say or think to yourself, especially after making a mistake. What patterns do you notice? What would happen if you said these things to loved ones? I love this. Again, it's asking you to practice that self-awareness. Please take a photo of this. I really want everyone to use this and use these. These are going to be so helpful for your journey, guys. Okay. And for the final little exercise we have here, whatever this card is, honestly, I just got these and I was so excited to start using them for you guys because, you know, my literal channel is all about helping you guys become your own inner healers, you know, self-healing, all that work, right? Here you go. Lastly, I love this. Go back to you. Close your eyes. If you feel your thoughts drifting because of too much noise or too much to do, gradually shift attention to yourself, away from your thoughts and the things around you. Feel all your attention shifting to you. You can use a center of your focus. Feel your attention shifting to you. You can use, okay, I think it had a typo, but it says you can create a center to focus on, which could be like a part of your body in which you feel safe and calm. Okay, let's just say that it said that. The things outside of you lose their meaning. Stay this way for 5 to 10 minutes. Giving all your attention to you instead of others gives you the energy to be present to you, thus feeling calmer and more powerful. Okay, so let me try to read. You can use as the center of your focus a part of your body in which you feel safe. Oh, okay. I think I just got confused on how that sentence was worded, but the wording was correct. So you can actually use, for a center of your focus during this practice, a part of your body that makes you feel safe and calm. So like for me, I think it's my belly. My belly makes me feel safe and calm, nice and warm and a little jiggly in all the right places. So like that's kind of what it's telling you as a practice for this. So here, take a screenshot, do what you gotta do. Sorry, that did confuse me though. That was like a little bit of a tongue twister. And then lastly, for a final card we have received for you, this is the final little channel message before we look at the sliplets of paper here, guys. You have received foster emotional intimacy, connection, vulnerability, trust, and understanding. And this to me is actually giving me more of an indicator towards yourself. Foster emotional intimacy with your inner worlds, pile number 2. Practice keeping the connection there. Give yourself permission to be vulnerable and trust. Practice that self-trust and understand that when things come up, they're not there to punish you. They're not there to mess with you. When you go through moments of
doubt, when you go through moments of fog through this journey, it just means that there are things shifting in the inner world. It doesn't mean that things are bad. It doesn't mean that there is a bad outcome in the way. It doesn't mean that there is pain to look forward to ahead. It just means that the things that you're literally trying to change are working because your inner world is going through a recalibration, and it doesn't feel nice. Recalibrations aren't fun, you know? If everyone had the best life of their life, the best life that they always wanted, that means that we were all able to just nonchalantly go through the rewiring and the recalibration process of our traumas and nervous systems. But if you look around right now, realistically speaking, are we all there? No. And it's because it is very flipping not comfortable. It's not an easeful thing to move through. So what you're meant to do is keep connecting, keep trusting the process, stay vulnerable, understand that vulnerability isn't your weakness here. It is showing you and teaching you how to discern from like what is your truth versus what is your ego and inner critics' old wounds that they're navigating or functioning from, trying to tell you where you should be going. You know what I mean? So that is very beautiful. I love that this card came out for you guys at the end. And lastly, my beautiful souls, let us now read these sliplets of paper to wrap up this reading, guys. So for the first one I feel called to do is with this one. So it says, you are not being dramatic. Your feelings are information. You are not being dramatic. Your feelings are information. And it landed right on Brahmari breath. I do highly recommend that you guys look up Bumblebee's breath for you guys to practice. This is one of my favorite breaths that stimulate the vagus nerve. Honestly, I use this with my clients all the time, and I love teaching them it. But that would have to be a video I do another day because I would physically want to show up on the camera, and the way that the camera is facing, too much work, and I already did this huge reading for you guys, you know? So be grateful. I'm just joking. No, I am genuinely in a season of learning when to not overgive my energy and resources, because I used to do that a lot. Like always overgive, but realized it was functioning from a place of lack of feeling never enough, you know? So I am in the process of reversing that for myself. Next up, we have for you, you are not blocked. You're being redirected by the future version of you who already knows better. Exactly. You are not blocked. You're being redirected by the future version of you who already knows better. That's the part of you that's leading, getting ready to lead. Go back to you. See, it landed right there. And then on changes, this landed on. Okay, let's make it focus. The next phase is locked behind the choice you keep postponing. The next phase is locked behind the choice you keep postponing. Yes. Oh, we have one right here. Your path doesn't need to be impressive. It needs to be real. Your path doesn't need to be impressive. It needs to be real. Oops. Okay. This isn't the universe testing you. It's giving you a chance to stop repeating yourself. Recognize the loop. Choose the exit. This isn't the universe testing you. It's giving you a chance to stop repeating yourself. Recognize the loop. Choose the exit. There's an apology you never got that's still shaping your self-worth. Break the contract. There's an apology you never got that is still shaping your self-worth. Break the contract. I think this was here. And then lastly, my beautiful pile number 2s. Your final message here is, this is 7th house shadow work. They're showing you the parts of yourself you avoid. This is 7th house shadow work. They're showing you the parts of yourself you avoid. Okay, guys, so just take everything that resonated and leave everything that didn't. But at the end of it, my beautiful pile number 2s, I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart and soul, hope that this reading benefited you and aided you in every way, shape, and form that you were looking for, what that originally led you to clicking on this video in the first place. If you can, it would mean the world to me if you could please give this video a thumbs up if this reading did resonate. If you can comment down below, any little form of engagement really does help my small channel get to grow and really push my content out to people that need it the most right now. And honestly, with that being said, if you are looking for a place to start doing your healing work and your self-growth work, if you're looking for a way to hold yourself more accountable, you know, feel free to check my link in the description box below. That will take you to my site, and you'll get to learn more about Ahimsa Heals, what my business is, what, you know, why I do the work I do, like who I really am. And, you know, if you feel called, we can always schedule a free soul one-on-one clarity call together to see if working together would be a good fit for you. You know, and if anything when it comes to finances are in the worry here, I do try to work with the people that come to me. I try to make payment plans accessible and inclusive as possible, okay? Because at the end of the day, I really do want healing to be something that everyone can reach for and afford. And if there's anxiety when it comes to doing one-on-one work in any way, shape, and form, I also have a waiting list that I am still trying to build to start offering healing circles, gatherings, workshops, and events when it comes to all things healing related. And it's in the umbrella of healing can range all the way from astrology for self-discovery and deep healing purposes, all the way to neuroscience, understanding what chronic stress response really is, understanding your limbic system, your nervous system, and how to rewire all those things. So, you know, if you go to that link, that's also in my description box below, you'll be able to sign up and literally check mark each of the individual topics you would like to sign up for and learn more about, okay? Once I do start doing those things, and you'll be able to stay informed as well. So again, I guess that's all I have to share today. I send you guys so much unconditional love. Have a beautiful rest of your day, and hopefully I will see you in my other readings to come. Bye. Hello, my beautiful pile number 3s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the beautiful lover archetypal card, then you already know that this reading is for you in reference to the part of you that is now ready to lead. Which part of you is now ready? We're going to dive into it. So when it comes to beginning this reading, I just wanted to let you guys know, I actually made a decision for you guys, and I actually felt called to shuffle and get all the cards out in advance before I started hitting record, just so we can move through it a little bit more smoothly. I do plan on like experimenting. I'm just gonna see where it goes. This is the first time I've done something like this in a reading before. And so, you know, I am curious. The only deck that I didn't shuffle that I'm going to be shuffling in the video is my Transparent Tarot one, just because that one I'm still learning, and honestly, I just feel like it's always better in the moment to use this deck for some reason. I just feels like it's one of those types of decks. So, you know, I do have a lot of beautiful little things that we're going to uncover today when it comes to all the questions we're going to dive into regarding the question on your mind that led you to clicking on this video in the first place. And to dive into this, when it comes to your significator card, I really wanted to just start off this video and your reading pile number 3 to just dive right into the Wild Unknown Archetypes booklet that comes with this deck. And we're just gonna read and gain some insight on the significator card. Okay, so just give me one moment to go to the page.
All right, beautiful. So it says, pulsing through the heart of the lover is gratitude. The lover appreciates and experiences the world through the senses, reveling in beauty, song, art, music, sense, and sensuality. This energy awakens at the tip of our tongue when we taste the sweetness of honey, kiss a lover, or speak gentle words to a child. The lover lingers in foreplay, aroused not by the, in quotes, getting there, but by the slow merging of self and other. This energy is usually experienced for short periods of time, as in order to feel it, we must be fully present and awake, with no expectations or rules about what, in quotes, should be. Rather, the lover is in awe of what the world presents, reveling in the glorious details, grateful to savor every last drop of life's offerings. When it's light, it's about connection, expansion, devotion, and awe. When it's in dark, it's about indulgence, attachment, and obsession. So the number 95, the number 95 is standing out to me, so that adds to the number 14. And I do believe that is temperance. Don't quote me on it, but I do believe that is temperance. So I want to keep that in mind for certainty, for sure. All right, so the side messages, it says, when you hold someone's gaze for several moments, you'll feel the lover within you awaken. It is common to seek the lover in another. The true gift is finding the lover in yourself. Ooh, I love this. And then the second message we have here, it says, the lover archetype is present everywhere, not just where conventional forms of pleasure and beauty are found. The lover's awe is unconditional. Beautiful. Okay, so just by reading that and now getting a little bit of a better understanding here, when it comes to the part of you that is now ready to lead, pile number 3, it seems to me like this is an initiation/integration point in your life. Like, regardless of where you are when watching this is a timeless reading, okay? So it doesn't really matter when you are watching it, but what does matter is how you handle this next new chapter of your life that is like commencing right now. It seems like this part of you that is now ready to lead, the energy here is super new and like I'm hearing refreshing. I wanted to say fresh, but my internal world, like the word that's coming through inside is refreshing. So I don't even know what that means. So with that, let us just get some more insight already off the bat here. And we'll just kind of piece everything together by diving into the first question of interest, which is what specifically, like which exact part of you is ready to lead now, okay? So like I said, I already have gotten the cards out for you guys. So we were using my Oracle of Ascendance deck, my Spirit Animal cards, and my archetypal deck, along with the transparent tarot for this part of the reading. So this is the only deck I didn't shuffle. And if you did notice, I only actually was able to receive, I shuffled all these decks like crazy, guys, but Source did not feel called to bring out an animal spirit card for you guys. But I did feel called to look at the back of the deck energies. And the back of the deck energies, when I do readings like this, it always just gives me an idea of like what is going on in your inner world right now while you're watching this, and also like what is the shift that is occurring. So we actually did get a back of the deck energy for the animal spirit card, which is Owl Spirit with the number 7, and the words say, "You see clearly now." And so there is this energy of like stepping into your power when you feel like, when you're able to get a taste of like liberation from thoughts in your moment, in the moment, like in your present, there is a feeling of being in true power that comes through. And it feels so nice. It feels so liberating for you. And it does feel like it comes in like bursts or random bouts or doses throughout your life. Like you are, but now like this new initiation, this new chapter that's opening, I'm getting a taste in this feeling that like you're gonna start, or you've already started, like you're learning, like that was the part of you. Okay, sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied because there's a lot of things coming through in my head. So when it comes to this part of you that's ready to lead now, pile number 3, what I'm picturing is that they have tried to come through multiple times before in the past where you would feel like a really nice feeling of like liberation in your present. And it could last anywhere between like a day to a couple hours to like 3 days, 5 days. Honestly, I don't really see it lasting more than a week, but these moments would happen where it would feel really, really nice and you would feel like you're like really aligned. And I feel like you've experienced that a lot where now this new chapter, when it comes to this part of you that's ready to lead, like they are ready to officially like step in and like show up for you fully. But that also means like you using what you already know about this part of you to like get as much knowledge and insight from what like whenever they would show up in the past. I really hope that made sense, guys. The way that Source was explaining it to me, it sounded like a really weird the way it came out, but you know, I tried. So, you know, that is really interesting. And then we also did get, for another back of the deck energy, is the archetype, which says child magical, with the light attributes being seeing the potential for sacred beauty in all things, the belief that everything is possible, and then shadow attributes, pessimism, depression, and disbelief in miracles, believing that energy and action are not required for growth. Interesting. And then we also did receive the sigil of Avalon, which I actually want to look at in the booklet because I do not know what this means. And what's actually really interesting, I wanted you guys to keep in mind, if you look at this backwards, like this is like the Roman numeral for 5, and it says 3, 4, 5. So 5, 4, 3. It feels like there is a descending period in your life that's coming through. When it comes to this part of you that's ready to lead now, they're connecting you closer to yourself or to your truth. When it comes to like you were always in power, like you've always had this innate ability to show up for yourself in moments of chaos, but I feel like you're in a period of like relearning that, like relearning self-trust, relearning how to like rely on yourself or depend on yourself. Maybe you used to feel like you couldn't. I feel like anyone that chose this pile may have used to deal with codependency of some kind in the past, or like really bad fear of abandonment tendencies, and that led to a lot of self-sabotage. And this part of you that's ready to lead now is like trying to show up to show you like you don't need to fill your life up with things on the outside to give you the thing that you're looking for, that internally that you were always supposed to give yourself in the now. Does that make sense? I really hope it does. But what I am hearing is that everything that you need is already within you. And this part of you that's ready to lead now, that's coming through, they are going to start showing that to you. So, oh, and then what's interesting, when I picked this deck up, a card did get left behind. So, you know, I guess butterfly spirit, transformation is beautiful with the number 11. You know, 4, yeah, no, this is 3, 4, 5, yeah, 5, 4, 3. I was thinking this is, well, 1 and 1 add to 2, so, you know, technically, but when I think of 11, I think of brand new beginnings. And so there is a time of like commencement and a shift, the new chapter, the page is turning, you know what I mean? So it does add more emphasis there for us. All right, so let me just look up what the sigil of Avalon means really quick, and we can look at it together. I just think it will help us gain even deeper understanding. So it says, many texts reference the legends of King Arthur, Merlin, and the mystical land of Avalon. In the realm of Avalon, priestesses and priests of the mother goddess practiced natural healing and magical abilities in tune with the flow of nature. The priestesses were revered throughout the pagan lands for their great power and wisdom. Merlin is closely associated with Avalon because of his affiliation with that power and wisdom as granted by the goddess. When this symbol appears, the power of Avalon stands behind you, guiding you and reminding you that your decisions should come from a place of wisdom, calm, and strength, rather than rashness or bias. If your intuition is telling you something doesn't ring true, be reminded to listen to your inner self. Okay. I love this because it's reminding me again of like using what you've known and gained from your past experience to your advantage right now. Like I think you're in a deep period of self-reflection right now. And so this reading is finding you at the exact right time. And I love this for you because like it's giving me that owl spirit energy again. All right, now that we got that stuff there, let's get into the really cool stuff, right? So I am feeling called to actually look at the transparent tarot first with you guys before we start revealing the rest of the cards. So let us get the cards out together. So also, I did forget to mention, if you guys have been subscribed to me for a while and you're like watching this is the first time I'm using this deck with the piles, all the piles in this video. So thank you for your patience. You know, I might take some time to try to like make them look really nice and pretty for you guys. I'm actually gonna zoom in a little bit so you guys can see the imageries better. But let's see how this goes. All right. What part, let me make sure this is not backwards. Okay. What part of pile number 3 is ready to lead now, regardless of when they come across this reading? What part of pile number 3 is ready to lead now, regardless of when they come across this reading? All right. So I kind of did this blindly, so I'll dive into what all of these are together with you once I get myself organized here, okay? Because I literally just did this in the way Source wanted me to. It's, you know, this is the first time I did it this way in the readings today. So when it comes to the back of the deck energy, okay, I'm just gonna move the rest of the cards to the side here. Let me take a look. All right, so everything is backwards. So let me keep going. And I'm just going to flip everything over. All right, that's going to bother me. Okay. So looking at this back of the deck energy, let me sit here for a moment with the image. You are literally in the midst, like with this card. Oop, this is the wrong card. Well, I'll leave it there. I literally lost it. Where did it go? Wow, it just disappeared. I don't know where I put it. The butterfly card. That's so trippy. Okay, anyways. But, you know, maybe that happened for a reason. So, Rabbit Spirit. Now is a lucky time with the number 49 adding to 13. This is death card energy. This is the death card, the Phoenix right here. Instantly. Is it the death card? Let me make sure. Oh, wait, I'm incorrect. That's Judgment. But it does feel like you're going through a rebirth, because now when I look at the Phoenix rising, I'm using my intuition to guide me here, guys. This is giving me the insight that right now, like, you are 100% going through a shift of some kind. And the fact that it's a bird with like big wings like this, like the swan, it's kind of confirming to me that this is like about your mindset towards something specific. There is a part in your area in your life, a facet, an area of your life, pile number 3, as you're watching this, that you have been at war against in a way, because like internally, because you're having trouble like trusting it, or like there's just like too much self-sabotage in the way that it's like there's too much illusions messing with it. And you are now and currently and have been for the last couple of weeks, is what I'm hearing, in the process of shifting from that, like getting out of that like state of it, like seeing things that way. And you're starting to see things differently, in the sense that you don't need things on the outside of you, like your outer world, to look like they're changing in order for you to know that things are changing in the background. Like you don't need reassurance. Like there's a shift going on when it comes to this part of you that's ready to lead now. They're gonna start showing you how you don't need to lead with like constant reassurance of what's around the corner. I feel like if some of you guys may have like been subscribed to me for a while that's listening to this reading, because I feel like I'm having deja vu while I'm doing this. Like, I feel like I've done a similar reading like this before, so let me know in the comments down below if you can relate to what I just said. But continuing onwards, it's like you're really just starting to release this idea that you have to know everything before you go and like fly and take the risk or do that thing, do the thing that, you know, you thought you couldn't do, or you had to wait, you thought you had to wait for right timing to do. Does that make sense? So it's like, that's what's really changing, and that's the shift that you're going through as we, or you, are watching this video. When it comes to the cards that we specifically received, I'm gonna read them out loud for you guys so you know which things go together, like which cards go with which thing, and you can write them down, okay? That way you guys are on the same page with me. I'm just trying to straighten them out. Again, thank you so much for your patience. I just want to make sure you guys are able to see the image well. Okay. And then the last one actually has 3 cards. Okay. Let's make it nice and straight. All right. So we have to start the Fool card with the 10 of Swords. And then we have the 6 of Cups with the Queen of Swords. And then we have the 10 of Wands with the Sun card. And then for the 4th little set of cards we have for you guys is the 3 of Cups, the 5 of Swords with the 9 of Swords. Okay. So with that, let us now get the other cards that we have for you out, okay? When it comes to this part of you that's ready to lead now. I feel like putting them all together at once. For the first archetype card you guys received, we have Guide, with the light attribute being represents the nature of the divine in life and in yourself. Shadow attribute says places financial gain and control over imparting spiritual insight. Okay. That's actually really interesting. 4 of Pentacles energy for sure with that shadow attribute. And that, but then, you know, like represents the nature of the divine in yourself and in life, like then we have that huge switch up, which is kind of giving me that Temperance energy and the Phoenix rising with Judgment, because like you're understanding that there are things that you will never be able to control. Oracle of Ascendants, you have received Scorpio. This is a deep inner knowing. You are going through a huge metamorphosis with this. Now I get why the butterfly spirit came through. And then for the last archetypal card you have received, you got Student, with the light attribute, humility and devotion to knowledge, openness to lifelong learning. Shadow attributes, arrogance in the pursuit of destructive knowledge, unwillingness to translate knowledge into action. I almost said action. Did you hear that? That's kind of funny. Okay. So I actually find this super interesting because it's kind of giving me like this energy of like, this is a part of you that wants you to learn from what you gained so far. Like that energy with the owl spirits coming through again, in the sense like you have gained a lot of knowledge already and wisdom through like your life experience this far. And so far up to this point, that you are meant to use as you move forward. Like there are things that you now know to not make sure that you don't let it happen again. And they are like kind of, okay, there's some cutthroat energy with this part of you that's ready to lead now, pile number 3. I'm going to be honest with you. I am sensing a lot of like hissing, and like with Scorpio energy, it just feels very like intense. And when we put everything together, it's like the part of you that's ready to lead now is the part of you that's not going to take any BS anymore when it comes to like, I don't like this word, you guys might hate me, I'm sorry, but if you get triggered, usually it's because that's something to reflect on, okay? That's your inner world trying to speak to you. So, or give you a nudge on where to explore in your inner world. But I'm hearing excuses. This part of you that's ready to lead now is not going to take any more excuses for why there's been a lack of movement forward, why there's been a lack of progress when it comes to like trying to better a certain area in your life. And it's like you have kind of used or may have used a lot of like people in the past to like hold you back in some way. And what I mean by that, like you weren't you weren't intentionally trying to use them as a way to stay like in your comfort zone, but like if they had a problem come up, like you might have been like, oh, like I gotta go help them. Like you would make their problems your problems, or you might have even like just try to solve problems in general that didn't really have to do with you. Like you're really good at figuring things out, pile number 3. That's what's really specifically very, very, very strongly coming through. And you're very like smart. Like you're good at catching things that other people might not catch. But then it's like, what about when it comes to like you and your own personal self-growth journey or the things you're trying to attain? And then you start getting like insecure or like doubt it. Like you start doubting your knowing. Like you start doubting how skilled you actually are at this. And that's the interesting thing. Like I'm hearing the word sleuth. Like you're literally a sleuth. You're really good at investigating and understanding things. But then like you might like puzzles or something, but it's just when it comes to you, you shut that down and you make yourself overthink, and there's too much head, there's too much logic, there's too much mental energy that kind of blocks you from being able to understand the idea that you're not supposed to solve every single little thing. Sometimes there's going to be moments where you're meant to sit in the unknown. And this part of you that's ready to lead now, they're going to show you that it's okay to have moments of anxiety, that it's okay to have moments of like stress or fog or confusion in your self-growth journey or in the evolution of this area of your life that we were just talking about earlier. Like apply this message to the stuff that you're going through right now, okay, as it makes sense, as you see fit. But this part of you is like now saying, okay, yes, you're not going to be feeling 100% all the time. Yes, there's this. Yes, there's that. But look at what you're trying to go attain. Like, is it going to come to you if you just keep praying for it? Like, no, is what I'm hearing. Like, this is a really cutthroat part of you, pile number 3. It just seems like they're really just trying to show you that life is going to keep moving forward. And you know that, like, you're aware of that, but you're also like, so it's interesting. Like, see, like I saw, now I think that's why you got 2 archetypal cards, because they're here to do a couple of things for you when it comes to the part of you that's ready to lead. Like, they're here to help you stop coming up with reasons to keep moving forward. And they're also here to show you and like shed light on like the knowledge you've already gained, the things that can help you keep going, because you're a lot smarter, you're a lot wiser than you realize, pile number 3, or than you give yourself credit for. And they know that, they're very aware of that. It's just like your emotions can really get the best of you sometimes, where if you feel very heavy, let's say, you might overthink it. Like I'm picturing a hypochondriac. You're probably not a hypochondriac. Disclaimer, I'm not a doctor. But like everything that I'm sharing, like I'm picturing the example here is a hypochondriac, like someone who's like their head is hurting and they're like, oh my God, I think this is something I used to do because I had a burnout crash happen with my nervous system. So I had like a migraine from nervous system dysregulation for like a week straight, and it wouldn't go away. Like I would sleep, migraine, wake up with the migraine. It was horrific and not fun. So, you know, I really try to focus on nervous system regulation continuously throughout everything I do now. But because of it, you know, like I had that happen to me. It's like as I was slowly trying to get back into my routine and like all my life things and trying to move forward and grow and expand, you know, I still have to keep expanding. I was scared. Like every time I felt tired one day or foggy or just like quote unquote off, like having an off day, I would think, oh, it's my nervous system and I need to break and I need to stop working now. Like I need to stop doing this because this is bad. But why am I labeling it as bad? What if it's just like my body trying to protect me, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, but I have to keep reassuring it and hold it accountable to say, hey, like, we are absolutely okay. I'm still working with you. We're taking our time. Like, I'm having those moments of grounding. I learned how to, or when to catch these things because of what I've gone through in my past. Does that make sense? And so it's like, being in the forever student mentality, this part of you tries to do so that you can keep gathering information about yourself to help you keep gathering knowledge enough to help you be able to move forward, find that peace in moments of chaos, and keep going, even if there's anxiety. Like, remember, on two sides of the same coin, I say this all the time, guys. Like, if you've been with me for a while, you've heard it. On two sides of the same coin, there's love and fear. The closer you get to the thing that your heart's trying to ask you to follow, the more fear and anxiety you're going to start to feel as you get there. And it's just because your brain is getting out of its comfort zone, and it's also because this is all new. There's unknowns here. And so, you know, your brain tries to fill in the blanks. And this is where you're meant to reaffirm to yourself that it's okay to not know everything, and that it's okay. And in those moments, give yourself the peace of mind, or give yourself the little practices for breath work, mindfulness, like little things you can do to reaffirm to you that it is okay, I am safe, and I can keep going because this is divinely led. Like, this is where my heart's taking me, and it's taking me there for a reason. You know, if you know that you're on your right path, and like you're on the right way, the right track, or whatever, wherever you're going, pile number 3, when you ask yourself, like, am I doing what I really want? Am I really going where I want? And you keep hearing yes. Okay. The anxiety of like, am I doing enough? Like, that's different. That is fear because you care about this thing so much, or this goal, or whatever you're trying to get. And that's absolutely okay. That just means that you love it. That means that it's valid. That means that there is a deep desire for it. And that's healthy. That means that you're human. But then that's where we have to recalibrate the nervous system. And this part of you that's ready to lead now and rise to the surface of things, they're going to show you how to do that in a way where there can be moments of freedom, moments of bliss, and also like to not let the heavier moments on this journey weigh you down so much to the point where you think that you're unworthy of this thing overall in its entirety. And what is this? The Queen of Swords. Yeah. It's just helping you practice more discernment, really. And this is also giving me the idea of like, this part of you that's ready to lead now is also going to be able to tell what's your truth versus like what is someone's old thing that they used to tell you. Like, let's say you were in a toxic relationship in the past and they used to say, why are you so lazy? So now like you think you're lazy and you've carried that belief. And so you always try to do as much as you can, work. You hate being like, rest feels like it's like literal hell for you. Because like you think that you're not doing enough and you're worthless and you're not worthy of the rest. Like that's an example of it. So that honestly, that's like a trauma wound for me from my past. So like that's why I shared that as an example. And like with that, that's where you have to be discerning. And this part of you is going to help you be able to like differentiate those things too. So that was a mouthful. I really hope you guys were able to follow along with that. Obviously, it's great this is in video form so you can just rewind this as many times as you need to take the notes that Source is asking of you, which I do feel like you are heavily meant to because of the fact that you received these 2 cards, okay? So, like, more important than any of the other piles I've done within this video. With that, we are now going to move forward and dive into the second question for this reading, which is like, what truth does this part of you carry? Okay, pile number 3. So like I said, I already got the cards and we're using another deck of tarot here. I actually don't know how many cards we received. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, this card wanted to start us off. So we have 10 cards here. And the back of the deck energy is the 10 of Pentacles. This is a panorama deck and I think it's so cool because it just adds more insight to it because of the imagery. It like expands what you normally would see in a traditional tarot deck. So with the 10 of Pentacles here as the back of the deck energy, and then right underneath is the Empress, this is giving me an indication of like right now what you're doing, you are absorbing all of this And the truth that this part of you carries, pile number 3, is your ultimate truth and exactly where your heart's deepest desires it. Oh my God, I'm talking too fast. Where your heart's deepest desires lie, this part of you is helping you get there, to go where you want to go. So I find that beautiful. It's part of your legacy. Like what you're gonna learn in the next, I'm hearing 3 years, while you're listening to this, pile number 3, you're gonna like tell to your kids or people, like maybe nieces and nephews. I don't know if you want kids or don't want kids, but I'm just like picturing like this is gonna be part of your like your rising story, the story of like, I'm hearing comeback story, like some sort of story that people are going to want to know about you. Like you're going to use this next 3 years as like a big chunk of it. I don't know what that means, but put it in, if it resonates, it resonates, right? Okay. So this one wanted to come out first. So for the first card, oh, these are all, which way? This way, okay, this way. So for the first card, you've received Temperance. And I think we were talking about Temperance energy, yeah. Oh, wait. Didn't I bring up Temperance when we looked at the lovers? The lover page? I just realized that. And Temperance came through here, and Temperance is also here. That's really cool. All right. So the card that, okay, let's go straight down actually, yeah. Next up, which way is this? We have the 8 of Cups. And I like that it's like, it looks like the person's walking away from the area where there's more water. There's symbolism to that for me. Because like you see Temperance and then it's coming out of water. That's really cool. And then next we have the Page of Cups. Oops. The 3 of Pentacles. Let me just move this down a little bit so we have space. Oh yeah, I do layers, guys. I forgot to tell you that. I love to layer my stuff. Okay. Oh, I could zoom out now because you guys looked at the transparent tarot. All right. Yeah. Last one for this row is, or column, right? No, row. Yeah. I always get those mixed up. Is the 2 of Pentacles. Okay. So I'm honestly going to keep going. I want to keep going with this. So we have another 5 cards. Clarifying Temperance is the 6 of Wands. The Queen of Wands. Yeah, you're a lot smarter than you like realize or give yourself credit for. And this part of you knows that. I don't know why that came through, but it's very, the reason why is because I'm thinking of that black cat right there. Like you are so much smarter than you realize. Like you have a psychic ability. Like maybe you're clairsentient. I don't know what it is. Like we all have these abilities. It's just a matter of like developing them or what you connect to more, practice doing more. But pile number 3, I honestly, that makes sense why, because you got Scorpio. This truth that this part of you brings or carries, and it is going to bring to the surface for you right now, is just like knowing your worth. Like you're worth way more than you realize. That's one of the things. And that could have been one of the things that were holding you back from, like holding yourself accountable for something or doing something, stepping up to the plate for something, doing something. We have the High Priestess. Wow. Right when I was talking about inner knowing, right?
And it pairs with the Page of Cups. Yep, newness, opportunity to connect to that deeper. And then clarifying the Three of Pentacles is the Seven of Swords. Yep, feeding into what we were talking about. I love this. And then lastly, for the Two of Pentacles, we have the Justice with the number 11. 11 is an important number for you guys. Okay, let me see. 2. Okay, yeah. I really like this because this is showing to us, in terms of the truth that this part of you carries, we technically still have 2 cards left. But in terms of the truth that this part of you carries, pile number 3, it is all about like how much more capable, and like you hold a lot of potential. This part of you knows that. But the truth that this part of you carries is like how to unlock that potential. And it wants to unlock it by making sure that you're staying true to yourself, you're following your soul's pacing, your values, and how you want to do things. But at the same time, they want to hold you accountable if you use that as an excuse to, like, let's say, oh, my soul is tired. And so, you know, I'm not really in the mood to go do this thing that I felt motivated to do yesterday. So, you know, I'm just going to go watch TV. I don't know. I'm just giving you a random example. This part of you, the truth that this part of you carries, they're going to start showing you when you're doing something to avoid it or feeling called to do something because you want to avoid what's really like the deeper desire here, versus like when your nervous system actually is saying like, this is my limit, like, hey, let's take a pause. And it's by like learning that you don't need to constantly run away from it when it feels heavy, but instead shift, adapt to the current moment and ask yourself, like, what do I know about how I'm feeling if I can practice mindfulness right now? What is coming up to the surface? So maybe that's like about writing it down. There's a part of like needing to learn, like explore, go through like a moment of self-exploration here, that this part of you, it is aware of that. Like there needs to be more moment of like self-reflection or self-exploration. And doing that is going to help you know when you're deceiving yourself. Because the bigger thing here is about learning how to like adapt to when you're having those heavy emotions. And that means that you're putting you first and still gonna be able to go get what you want, because you're putting in the consistency aspect to it, which is to like make sure that yes, you can still show up for this bigger thing, but maybe the task that you plan to do today that you did, you intended to start, but you planned it for like, you planned it out yesterday, but then the day comes and then you're like, maybe that means that you gotta be adaptable to the moment. And that means that, okay, if this is the thing that I can't do, maybe I can do a smaller portion or version of it, or I can cut it into bits and pieces, or what matters most right now? Like, how can I make sure that I feel like I made progress today with whatever I'm trying to go get or accomplish? You know, fill this in your own personal life situation, okay? What I'm sharing. But that's what I see here, because that's where the balance comes in. And some of you guys may have actually felt drawn to pile number 1 as well, so 3 and 1. And if that is the case, and you're listening to this, sorry, my throat, and let me take a sip of water. If that is the case, I am hearing from source that this is where you're now meant to switch over to pile number 1 to keep listening, okay? But if you just pick pile number 3, then keep watching, obviously. Okay, and with that, before we reveal the Land Sky Oracle deck cards I have here for you, I did want to show you guys the back of the deck energies I did receive here. And we actually got Mala, and it says remember. So Mala beads. And Mala beads are kind of used as a tool during a time of meditation. And they're also good to help you stay focused, but in a way where it's kind of like subconscious. Like it's subconscious that like when you use a mala bead, you're kind of using each bead to like
meditate in some way, shape, or form, or be in the present. And when it comes to that, over time, it gets very like subconscious and like natural. It's second nature to just go right into it and use the beads, is what I'm trying to say. And that's what the tool is meant for. Like, it's a tool to kind of do that with, or aid you in your meditative practice. With that, it's giving me this insight and energy that this is the truth that this part of you carries. It carries this ability to help you, like, you know more about yourself than you let on. I don't know, okay, this is a cutthroat thing that's coming through, guys, warning. I don't know if you say like, oh, like, I don't know how to fix this about me. Like, when you talk about an issue in your life or like a problem, or you share with a friend and then they're like, what would you do? Or if someone asks you like, what do you think is the right way? Like, you're like, I don't know. You do know, pile number 3. Like, that's the call out, because you're not reflecting. You're kind of deflecting and trying to get someone else to tell you how to do something or fix it for you in a way. And that's like, their way of doing things isn't always going to work with you. Like, you know the best way to do this. It's just that you're too scared to admit that to yourself. But then when it comes to other people's things, like, you're so solution oriented, it's insane. And this part of you, their truth is that like they know that you're doing that. Like, they're calling you out on it and they're switching that up for you. Like, they're going to start making you be more accountable for that, because they know. They remember how good you are at figuring your own stuff out. Because I don't know, again, very specific thing that's coming through in my head. It's an image. I'm picturing a little kid. Maybe you were growing up and you were known to be very like independent, or very like me, mine, like, I want to do this on my own. No, I want to pick out my clothes. Like, I want to do it by myself. Like, you may have always tried to be very independent. If you were like a little kid growing up to a teenager, like, it was very like, me, mine, mine, like, very like me, and focused on like that. But then like maybe something happened and then it switched up, and then now you're too scared to trust yourself anymore, maybe. Regardless of what it is, that's what I saw. And to add more into this, actually, look at the other back of the deck energy we received. It says paranoid with cautious, insecure, and guarded. So, you know, this is automatically feeding into that energy. So now let's look at the cards. We have Ishvara Pranidhana, which is about dedication to the Supreme. Okay, I'm going to say this because the number 12 has been coming out for you guys like freaking crazy. Look. 3 + 9 = 12. And then over here, I was looking here, like, I was analyzing the cards, and we have 1 and then 2, and that gave me the idea of the number 12. And then 12. So 12 may be of significance to you. I do highly recommend that you write that number down. Look up the meaning of it. There is a message in there for you to connect to the overall entirety of this reading we're doing for you. Okay, pile number 3. So we do have Ishvara Pranidhana. And then we have Aparigraha, which is about the practice of non-greed in the yamas of yoga philosophy or practice. It's in the 8 limbs, the Patanjali's 8 limbs of yoga. The yamas are kind of like the 10 commandments, or kind of how to like be a good human, basically, but like in yogic philosophy. And Aparigraha, I said that in such an American way, I'm so sorry, is about practicing non-greed, so being generous with your energy. Ishvara Pranidhana is about staying dedicated to, and this is a niyama and this is a yama, I forgot to mention that. So this is a practice, it's kind of like the commandments, but for yourself. Does that make sense? I'm using the commandments because that's the only thing I can think of that kind of resonates with the yamas and niyamas of yoga. But Ishvara Pranidhana, you could take this in a very literal form, and back then they very much did, dedication to Supreme. But for me, I like to see this as dedication to Supreme, as in the Supreme inside of you, inside of me, inside of all of us. This is about you being dedicated to understanding who you are, how you function, how you tick, so that you can conquer your life successfully to go get the thing. And with Aparigraha, this is giving me an indicator of like
the truth that this part of you carries is a lot about discernment. And we keep bringing up that, I know, but the cards are literally, they keep pointing to it. And the reason why I say that is because you're heavily meant to, when this part of you comes up to lead, they are in the process of rising, whether you want them to or not, it's going to happen. You can fight it, but I do feel like there's going to be more karmic cycles to come and it's not going to be fun. Being honest, pile number 3, that's just what I'm sensing. This is all about you owning your stuff. This is all about you making sure that you know what's your baggage to carry versus what isn't your baggage to carry. And what can you do with the baggage that you have that you know is yours? Because you have a solution. It's just that the key to unlock that lies under a lot of heavy self-doubt. And it's because of some sort of wound. Something happened in your past, pile number 3, that really made you mess with your self-worth, sense of self-worth or self-esteem of some kind, to the point where you're very paranoid of, I'm hearing quote unquote, screwing up your life. But you can't. Like, you physically can't screw up your own life, pile number 3. Everywhere that you're meant to go, you're meant to go. You're being divinely led. And the more you embrace that, the closer you'll get to where you want to be. And the more clarity will come to you. But it seems like you might be in the midst of some sort of confusion moment right now. It just feels gloomy. That's what I was picking up on. And confusion, like, I don't know, like a lot of unknown energy. And this truth here is like, it's okay to feel that, but what matters is that you continue to stay true to yourself. Don't try to find answers outside of yourself, because you're not getting the answers quick enough inside of yourself. And they're gonna show you that as they come up to lead. So with that, let us now move into the third part of this reading, which is gonna be all about like understanding what has specifically been holding this part of you back. Like, why haven't they really been able to rise or lead in the past? So I did actually end up getting some chakra wisdom cards for you guys. And when it comes to this deck, it's actually really interesting because we actually got the soulmate card. This is the first time I actually saw this card come out of the deck before, and I've used this deck multiple times in my videos in my channel. So soulmate is ruled by the root chakra, and this is actually immediately just giving me this idea that there was a person that messed with you pretty heavily in the past, and whatever they used to say to you or did to you, it has stuck with you up until this point, to the point where now you feel like you're incapable of like achieving what you want on your own, or like you can't do something. Like, I'm hearing, I can't do this. And I hate that. That hurts my heart, because we're all capable of amazing things, but you have to believe it, right? But I think it's because when we look at the rest of the back of the deck energy, with the black tarot deck that I own, we actually ended up getting no tarot. I shuffled this deck like crazy. Nothing wanted to come out, but back of the deck energy wanted to. We have the High Priestess. So this is giving me an insight that I'm not really meant to know the details when it comes to specifically what this thing is that's been holding you back. And maybe it's because it's extremely personal and private or intimate, okay? Very triggering. So I want to let you know that I have a lot of compassion, a lot of love for you. You are definitely welcome to share your story in the comment section down below. This is a safe space. I make sure of that. And this is a very supportive community, the channel I'm trying to build. But if not, you can keep it to yourself and just know that you are so, so unconditionally loved. And you're meant to learn how to love yourself now, regardless of what happened. This is meant to kind of give you a full circle effect of like, oh my God, like, I think I was doing the same thing to myself all this time that this person was saying about me. Like, you don't want this thing that happened to rule over your entire life, and it's been. But this part of you that's ready to lead, they don't want that to happen anymore. They're ready to they want both of you to take your power back together. And the other back of the deck energy with my shadow work deck we have is regret, which says the past cannot be changed, but the future is still in your hands. And then we have words at the bottom that say remorse, sorrow, and rue. Yeah, remorse, sorrow, and rue. I'm hearing the letter R may be of significance to you, rue, and I'm hearing run in my head, so I don't know what that means. Okay, so we did get one chakra insight card in reverse, and then we have 2 upright. So these should be showing us like what's been holding this part of you back. And, you know, again, keeping in mind the back of the deck energies that we just dived into together. Let us see. And I'm looking up at my camera and I'm seeing the numbers 111. So again, 111 may be of significance to you, but I feel like specifically right now, this is a brand new beginning. So what we're talking about, and we are going to talk about, does not define you, pile number 3. What we just dived into with the back of the deck energy in terms of what's been holding this part of you back, whatever you went through does not define you. I feel like that's an extremely important message that it's meant to come through for you right now, because you're still in a process of untangling the beliefs around that event within you. They're still very much trying to make you their puppet right now. So for the first card we have, it is Release in reverse, and this card is ruled by the crown chakra. So here's the image upright, but it came in reverse. And then next up, we received for you, you see R's, the letter R, that's so trippy. R, recovery, rules by the third eye chakra. You see all the R words? That's really, really, really trippy for me. And then for the last chakra insight card or chakra wisdom card you received is confusion with the crown chakra. Now this is literally talking about that energy. I was feeling like confusion, gloominess, fog, and this is all your upper chakras. But the only chakra that is a base and foundational chakra that you received is the back of the deck energy with soulmate. So we know that that wound is the thing that is messing with your reality, the reality that you see. Because these are the upper chakras are usually about, like I use chakra psychology when I work one-on-one with my clients. If that's something that you are interested in, by the way, check the description box below and you're going to see a link to my website so you can see what my business is all about if you want to schedule a free soul clarity call with me to see if we would be a good fit to work together. But moving forward, I just felt like throwing that in there. With this stuff, this is showing to me instantly that the upper chakras are heavily stuck in some sort of illusion. There is an illusion. There's something that keeps being replayed in your head. There is a narrative that has not left. And this is the thing that's been holding this part of you from being able to fully step in. And you've only had glimpses of them when you felt those moments of inner peace. And they didn't last too long. And then when something new would happen or you would get a step closer to something, the anxiety and the old stories would just come running back, or the narratives would start come running back, or the doubt would start, like you would just start bringing in a lot of negative, pessimistic thoughts. Like if you fell and you tripped, you'll be like, oh, I'm such a klutz. Like, why am I so clumsy? But you saying that to yourself, this is a random example. Like you saying that to yourself is you like kind of bullying yourself or being really hard on yourself. And over time, your brain starts to like pick up on those little comments you make, as in like, I don't like myself. Like I'm worthless. I'm stupid. And we don't like that. This is what has been holding this part of you back, because of the source, the root source that we just looked at, and hence root source, root chakra, right, with the soulmate. You know what it is, love, okay? It says it. This is all I'm gonna say because I feel like source doesn't want, it's like the source just wanted me to like touch on this because this is very, like some of this stuff, I'm only gonna say the abbreviation because I don't wanna say the words here. YouTube doesn't like it, but SA could have been a thing. VA, I try to like pick up on what I'm trying to say. Or the other word I could say is gaslighting, but that's about it. Okay. So, you know, let's move on and just know that I love you unconditionally. I may have never met you, but I truly believe that we are all connected in some way. And so hence why you're still here listening to this reading, because it's resonating in some way, shape, and form. So just know that I'm in your corner. I do want the best for you. That's literally why I started this YouTube channel, because I want everyone to learn how to become their own inner healers. You can be the literal best healer for yourself.
I don't think that anyone can help you heal more than you can help yourself heal. Sometimes we just need the tools and a little bit of guidance on how to get there. And so, that's why I'm a facilitator for deep healing. I'm trying to show people that it's possible, and just you need to know that this is possible, pile number 3. Okay, there's a reason why this reading came to you today. So with that, let us try to bring some lightness here. And we're going to be looking in, and not because I don't want to sit with it, but more so because we still have a lot of other things to dive into, which is what changes when you start letting this part of you lead. I want to show you what could happen, what the potential is here. Like, what is the shift in your life? What manifests once you start letting this part of you come out of hiding? So we received some tea leaf cards for you. We actually got like 5? And for the back of the deck energy, we did get some back of the deck energies here. And then I also was going to use my karma cards. So we got a planet card, a sign card, and a house card. So we're going to reveal those as well. But let me show you the back of the deck energy. Okay, so the back of the deck's energy is, I also wanted to show you guys the back of the deck of the karma cards along with the tea leaves before we dive into the things that did come out. So for the karma cards, you actually received for placement Jupiter. I'm going to zoom in a little so you guys can read it. Okay. We're looking at the blue. Jupiter in Pisces in the 12th house. So these are outcome answers, the blue. And the S stands for spiritual, M stands for mental, and this P is physical. So it says the granting of spirituality to ultimately experience your faith. And honestly, this is just immediately showing to me, like, currently when it comes to back of the deck energy, right? You're having a realization moment. So, I really hope that this reading is the thing that's creating that ping moment for you right now. Timeless reading, whatever you're watching this. And the mental outcome is blessings from trusting your psychic knowledge of hidden tendencies. And then for the physical outcome is good fortune resulting from the indecision of or about large institutions or overwhelming events. And so this overwhelming event, this unknown, this is 12th house energy, right? Remember we were getting 12-12. This is things that are meant to not be seen. So it's confirming that as well. But you're having a realization moment on how much this thing has really been taking a toll on you as you're watching this. But here is the thing, because we add more into it, right? By looking at the other back of the deck energies to combine. I'm trying to get it, my freaking nails. Okay. It says bread. So it says period of prosperity and abundance along with haystack, karma, you will reap what you have sown. So this is a reminder that yes, there was a full circle effect. But this is the beauty of it. Now you're realizing things. Now this part of you that's ready to lead, now they're showing you what the truth that we dived into and stuff, that it doesn't need to be that way anymore. And you are ready to take, like, you can take power back over your life whenever you want. All you gotta just do, all you gotta say is just yes. Like, please, let's do this and show up for you. And this is the part of you that's gonna start showing you how to do that. And I'm excited for it for you because you are capable of much more than you realize. That's literally, look, period of prosperity and abundance. Like, this is what it's telling you. Good fortune resulting from this indecision of or about the overwhelming event. You know what I mean? So that's very, very beautiful to see. And so let me just move this out of the way so we can look at the cards that really did come out. I love adding the back of the deck stuff just to add more essence here and confirmation to really show you guys, like, I don't look at this stuff when I shuffle in advance. Like, I really did everything in my power to hide it from me. There were some cards that did land like upright, but then I was like, no, and I just disconnected from it completely. But then I kept them flipped over facing like the table while I was doing the whole reading for you guys. So I just want you guys to know, like, this is all happening for you to see right now for a reason. Like, keep trusting, keep believing, don't doubt anything. So for the planet, you have received Mercury
in Aquarius in the second house. So the number 222 is coming through. That may be of importance to you, or it will be of importance regarding the changes, what changes when you let this part lead. So I highly recommend that you look into that number, write it down if you can. So Mercury in Aquarius in the second house. So it says for spiritual outcome, the awareness of genius to experiment with your beliefs. For mental outcome, many thoughts about or from the discoveries of what you value. And then the physical outcome is many words resulting from the eccentricity of your resources. Okay. You're going to learn a lot with this part of you that comes to lead. What changes when you let this part lead is that you're done ignoring all the answers that have been lying inside you all this time, where all the breadcrumbs were thrown. I really think that you may have felt like helpless or hopeless at one point in life, pile number 3, and I want to let you know that there was a lot of little opportunities there for you to get at, and maybe that is why the regret came out in the back of the deck energy here too a little bit. But the reason why, it's funny, look what came out when I missed a card that says resistance, is because you weren't looking at it and you weren't at the right frequency to notice when to or how to receive those opportunities when they were there. There were breadcrumbs, and now you're going to get to see them. When this part of you comes forward to lead and you give them full permission to come through, they're going to be able to work with you to do everything that you normally would do if it wasn't about you and your problems that you're trying to solve. You're trying to solve other things. You're going to do that for yourself, and in a way where you're going to just instantly feel like your whole life changed or is turning around instantly, because you're going to like I'm picturing someone like literally flipping a switch in their head, and it's just like because of the way you were seeing things, and now you're like letting your see the everything with the more open mind, like you're really trying to like solve your things, believe in yourself more. It's just going to open a lot of doors for you in a way where you would have never been able to if you let this thing of the past keep you stuck and tied down. So that's very, very beautiful. Let us now also reveal the rest of the things we received for you, which is the tea leaves here. So we have casket, someone going out of your life or the end of a situation. Rabbit, oh, remember the rabbit came up before. Too much concern with sexual matters. And then we have younger man, dealings or relationship with a younger man. And then the other cards, I'm just placing them the way Source is asking me to, is bridge, successfully overcoming a problem. And then you actually got an astral house card, which is not an astral house. That's trippy. It's love. You see how this is like, this was supposed to be an astrology house placement, but it says love. This is giving me the idea that like, remember when I was saying it's going to feel like your whole life just shifts? Like it just, from like seeing things one way to like, whoa, like everything is possible now. I just really had to believe in myself. Like we can really be our own biggest blocks towards stuff. And it really is because of the things we experience. Our brain can really try to do that to us. And you're starting to realize that now. That I think that's why recovery is the only thing that's sneaking out here, because you are acknowledging that, well, what's going to change when you let this part lead is your desire to want to heal and the desire to want to do it in a way where now you're like, because now you heard all this stuff, it's like, oh my God, like, what have I been doing? Like, why have I been thinking that I can't figure this out? Because you already have like free resources in front of you. And what I mean by that is like a pen and a paper, you know, you have your own brain, pile number 3. You know, you have your heart, you have your emotions that come up every once in a while. That's all information and knowledge there that's free, given to you by you and yourself. And you have an opportunity to get to explore those things more deeply. I am actually hearing now I think I understand this too. This is possibly a nudge for you to start looking more deeply into your natal charts regarding astrology. Whether you believe in that stuff or not, pile number 3, I personally love using natal chart stuff when it comes to working with my clients. I do plan on doing like a workshop on this to teach people how to look into their chart a little bit more, like a virtual thing with that. So if that's something that you would want to sign up for, I plan on doing it down the road. You can sign up in my link in the description box below for that, or just for healing events and virtual workshops in general. Completely free to sign up, and you'll get to like be in the know for the specific healing stuff you would want to learn about. But with this, I think this is actually giving a nudge because love is here, even though it was like a typo or a screw up. It's saying like, I think astrology can really be like a really good first step to help you understand yourself better. So, because that was actually the first thing that I started doing when I first started my healing journey. Like someone was reading my chart as part of like a spiritual healing session that I was trying for like the first time. It was like the first time I ever like heard that you can call yourself a spiritual healer. Or at least this is what this woman called herself. And she looked at my chart when I came to her session. And this was when I had like ED. I was still in recovery with it. And I was just very stuck in self-sabotage in a very toxic relationship. I had fear of abandonment, fear of rejection, like a lot. This was before, obviously, I started my healing work and journey. But it's like when she started sharing like about my chart, I had such a lost and disconnected sense of self. Like I used to really heavily identify with my ED and the things it made me do, like my addictive tendencies, all that stuff. And the behaviors, right? The mood swings. I used to think that was just me. Like I'm a problem, I'm extra, I'm a mess. But then when she started sharing, it shifted my perspective. It showed me, wait, like who is Bridget? And it made me want to start exploring that. And it's not because I like to label things when it comes to astrology. Astrology and looking at your natal chart can just really help you look at things in your life a different way. Because trust me when I say this, there's going to be so many aspects of what makes you you, pile number 3, that you're never going to discover about yourself unless it was written out right in front of you in daylight for you to be like, like let me ponder on that, you know? And astrology really helps with that. I also do have a YouTube video on that as a resource if you guys want to explore it on my playlist on my channel. I think it's just 2 videos I have, but one of them is like one of my oldest videos I ever made, like when I first started my YouTube channel. So I'm sorry if the editing and the camera quality is not that good, but I do teach you how to learn how to read your own natal chart, and it's very, very flipping easy. And I think I actually have a free resource in the description box of that YouTube video as well, to like as a resource or like a little guide to like learn a reference sheet, like a Google Doc reference sheet to teach you how to like understand what each planet means and stuff. So I do highly recommend. I think this is a nudge for you to start exploring that for yourself. Okay? But this is beautiful. And let us now go into the final question of interest here to finish up your reading, okay, guys? And that is by getting out my Sacred Creator deck. I already have the cards that I received for you. And again, I was planning on using another set of tarot decks here. And the question, sorry, I forgot to mention it again. It's on what is like the ultimate grounded shift that you are meant to do to let this part of you lead for good or officially, right? I shuffled this tarot deck so many times. It's my Chakra Wisdom deck, but we only received the back of the deck energy for you. So it is the 7 of Pentacles, and this is ruled again by the 3rd eye chakra. So again, this is about perseverance and just trusting. The number 7, I think, also holds significance for you because, you know, with the owl spirit that we received at the beginning, I kept looking at it and how it adds to 7, and I just realized that we're ending with a 7. So 7 may be of significance, but the number 7 is about spiritual growth, okay? And so you are at a time of like deep growth right now, and this, like, you're in the middle of the journey, okay? So don't like try to, what's the word? Like checkpoint where you're at, okay? Because then you're just gonna start doing some comparison or something, or start like making this about like self-worth stuff when it shouldn't be. Just know that you have been doing the work. Everything happened the way it did because it's meant to lead you up to this point to have these realizations, pile number 3. Don't think that you're behind. Don't think that you've wasted time. Stop being so flipping hard on yourself, because You are exactly where you're meant to be, and you are taking steps. And right now, like everything we're talking about, this is setting you up to continue taking the right steps consistently, okay? It doesn't matter how big the steps are. What matters is that you continue to keep showing up, okay? That's what your brain cares more about when it comes to rewiring it or shifting any sort of old belief system. So we have, for this, in terms of the grounded shift to let this part lead, the first card you received is Cut the Cords of Doubt. Literally, I just mentioned that. Next up, we have the number 1 with You Are Magic. Is this focusing? I'm sorry if it's not. Okay, You Are Magic. And then thirdly, you see how these are all like purple hues? Again, third eye, crown chakra energy. You received the number 28, so 2 and 8 adds to 10. There's a completion here. Feed your artist. I think feeding your artist is about this part of you. Like, give them compassion, give them love. Give yourself the things that you thought you never deserved, because you very, very deeply do, pile number 3, because you are the magic. You are going through a huge level up right now, pile number 3, if you let this happen. And the only way you can is if you start working on those self-limiting beliefs. That is the key to helping you really let this part of you come into play. And it's ultimately let you rise in your power at its fullest potential or peak. But in order to do that and get rid of the self-limiting beliefs, you have to practice rewiring your brain, but also on top of it, continue to implement the self-care and the self-love throughout your day-to-day life. Like, make little rituals for yourself. I'm picturing someone who has like a morning routine and a night routine, or either or, where you're doing something that is caring for you. Not just like washing your face, but you can definitely make that like a spiritual deep healing practice if you want it to be. Like, picture like how the water is like cleansing your soul or things like that. But like, for example, I'm going to give you a personal example because this is something that I actually did. What I'm sharing with you, this is something that I did when I went through my deep, darker areas of my deep healing journey, which is really just listening to what, my name is Bridget, so really listening to what Bridget wanted. So when I would say, I would literally ask, like, what is Bridget feeling? Like, what does Bridget want in this moment at night? And for me, it was always like having a little ritual. I'd have all my little crystals, and I had like some incense or sage in the past, and I would play some really calming music. I made like a healing focused playlist on my Spotify. I'm all about the playlists and aesthetics, guys. So like, in terms of like what emotion you want to feel in the moment. So I would play that playlist before I go to sleep. And I had like a little prayer. I'm Brazilian, so I have like an Archangel Michael Brazilian little like banner thing, and I would like read it in Portuguese for myself and make that a little prayer. I believe a little bit in everything. I don't have a fixed belief system or religion or whatever. I was raised Catholic, but you know, I'm just explaining that because I had the Archangel Michael thing. But okay, continuing. You know, I have Ganesha, I'd have Hanuman statues, you know, I'd have so many different things is what I'm trying to say. I have fairy statues, I have a bear spirit carved wood carving statue, and I have my own little altar. And it was very personal and dedicated to me. And I sometimes would pull cards out for myself that were specifically, like if they resonated, I would hold it up on my altar and like see it throughout the days, and it would remind me of what the goals I'm trying to work on, the intentions I'm trying to set. And I made that part of my day very, very special in a way where I felt so held and so loved by me and myself and I. And I'm telling you right now, that type of love, you're not going to be able to get from anyone outside of you except yourself. And it is one of the most magical types of loves, because it really is something that you have to experience to understand what I'm trying to describe. Because once you can start to learn how to love yourself unapologetically and unconditionally, that means to let your body move when it wants to move.
And that was something I used as part of my healing and my little ritual too, because, you know, of my ED past, I used to have a lot of trouble looking at myself in the mirror, and the mirror was something I would fixate on. So I had a lot of mirrors in my bedroom where I would do the healing. So I would get blankets or towels and I would cover up my mirrors and just play the music and let my body intuitively do what it wanted to do with my eyes closed, and just do some somatic intuitive medicine movement medicine, that's what I call it. So, you know, that is something that I loved doing. It made me feel better, and it just made me feel more connected to myself. I was learning how to find a home inside myself during that time. And it seems to me like you're being called to create some sort of ritual for yourself, because this is going to in turn sort of slowly help to untangle that knot in your head that's making you think like, oh, like I'm a failure, like all this and that, I'm worthless, because that isn't true. And this is all taught things that are meant to be untangled, because that knot, it got knotted up because I feel like there was something there already where you did love yourself or have some sort of sense of love in some way. It wasn't super strong in the past, but it did get heavily knotted up and tangled up with other people's crap and projections. And it's not deserving. You don't deserve that anymore. So that's really what came through here. That was a lot of words, guys. But with that, I didn't want to leave you with just this. So I actually got some new cards that I'm very excited to share with you guys in this moment. And you actually received 2 self-reflection prompts that you can definitely journal on in your own timing when you have time to. These are the parts or exercises I'm going to be sharing with you where you have to hold yourself accountable, basically. And then I also got you an exercise for stress and anxiety relief to help you build resilience and just daily wellness to flourish in your life overall. So these are things that Source kind of let the cards come out for you so that, you know, it can help resonate. And the back of the deck energy for this deck also wanted to come through. So I guess you're going to have 2 practices we're going to share with you. And with these, I'm not really going to dive into them. I'm just going to share them, read them out loud, so that way the YouTube can like close caption or translate any, like my American language, in case anyone that is listening isn't from the US. Because I want everyone to really do this in their own time. And that way, also, I would highly recommend that when I reveal the cards, yes, I'm going to read them, but screenshot them, do what you got to do, write down what it says, and come back to it at your own time, okay? Because this is where you have to show up for yourself. I can't do this part for you. And then I'm going to give you a stress less card did come out for you, so that's another practice. Okay, so to start, I'm just going to share with you the back of the deck card that did come out, because that was the only back of the deck that wanted to come through. I'm just getting if there was any final messages from Source that wanted to come through really quick. Anything? For pile 3. Pile 3. Okay. Great. You guys got... I'm gonna get it fell over here. And then this one. All right. You got 5. Yeah, 5. Change. There's change on the horizon with that number 5. But let's read it. So the first thing it's encouraging of you is acts of kindness. Feeling bored, gloomy, or sad, performing a random act of kindness can uplift you while doing the same for someone else. Example, send a caring text to a friend, greet a stranger, help someone feel special, donate things. What will you do today? Okay, this one might not resonate with everybody, but I did want to come through, so I did want to share it. And this is final messages from Source. We're going to do that after. Okay, now let us start. So, for the prompts, the first prompt you received to journal on is, what limiting beliefs are you ready to challenge and change? We were just talking about self-limiting beliefs. I shuffled this stuff before we started your reading, guys, and I didn't see these cards. What limiting beliefs are you ready to challenge and change? Okay. Next one. Describe your, oh, sorry, I messed up my words. Describe your relationship with your intuition and inner knowing. Describe your relationship with your intuition and inner knowing. All right, and then for the practices for a coping skill, the evocative object. We think with the objects we love. We love the objects we think with. What is an object that holds powerful meaning to you? What object tells your story? When you feel lost, hold on to this object and connect with its significance. I love this. This is kind of giving me the idea of like maybe even making like a vision board if that resonates. And then for the final practice you guys have received, imagine you are a bird. I love this because you are the only person or pile that received a bird archetype. And then we were talking about birds earlier. Imagine you're a bird. Close your eyes. Imagine you have wings and the ability to fly. A bird, if you will. Take to your wings and fly off. See your situation from above, the same situation you just left. Let the wind under your wings soar freely across the sky. Feel the freedom and the wind, and pay attention to other feelings you might have. Do this for 5 to 10 minutes. Stress creates anxiety, which narrows your point of view. Things seem like slush stuffed in a small box. Giving your mind air, freedom, looseness, and a new perspective, the mind and body get some rest, and you might get new ideas and perspectives. Screenshot this, please. Okay. And then lastly, for the channeled messages, the sliplets of paper and the cards, you actually got 2. You're the only pile, sorry. I keep messing up my words, that received 2 cards. And you have, wow, let go of fear with courage, trust, faith, and freedom. Those words have came out a lot, and we were talking about freedom a lot earlier. And honor your boundaries, respect, understanding, communication, and trust. Here are the papers. I make it focus. Okay. Sometimes the closure is realizing how long you held on to something that wasn't holding you back. Sometimes the closure is realizing how long you held on to something that wasn't holding you back. That is very deep. Wow. You've made it safe for everyone else. Now make it safe for you. You've made it safe for everyone else. Now make it safe for you. Try to make it focus. You're still asking for something. Spirit already cleared from your path. It's not coming back, and that is protection. You're still asking for something. Spirit already cleared from your path. It's not coming back, and that is protection. This is Pluto coded. Oh my God, I messed up my words, sorry. This is Pluto coded. What's falling apart wasn't ever meant to come with you. This is Pluto coded. What is falling apart wasn't ever meant to come with you. And lastly, my beautiful pile number 3s. If you're asking if you're settling, you probably are. When it's right, you don't have to negotiate with yourself this much. If you're asking if you're settling, you probably are. When it's right, you don't have to negotiate with yourself this much. Okay. So with that being said, my beautiful pile number 3s, that is everything that I saw for you for this reading today. I truly, from the bottom of my heart, hope that this reading was able to provide to you all the things that you were looking for when you first clicked on this video in the first place. If you can please interact with this video in any way, shape, and form that feels most fit for you, whether it's a thumbs up, subscribe, a share to somebody that you think could really benefit from it, or even a heart in the comment section, whatever you can do to engage really does help support me, my mission, which is really to help make this world a better place, which is to help others learn how to become their own healers, because it's really healed people that help heal this world. If you are a believer of that cause, doing what you can to really help push my content out there and get myself known, get people known to this idea of how much magic they actually hold, that would mean the world to me. If not too, if you don't resonate, that's absolutely fine. But with that being said, I send you so much unconditional love. I believe in you, and I know that you can do this. I'm rooting for you. And, just know you always have a friend in your corner here, whether you know me or not. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that I'm here. I have a community tab that you can always share things on if you have any questions. I'm here to support you in any way I can through the screen. And again, hopefully I'll see you in my other card readings to come.